This is a quiet story set in a small town on a gentle rainy day, where the sound of drops against the windows and the glow of lamps along the street create a calm and steady scene. At the heart of the town is a simple bakery, its wooden shelves lined with loaves and pastries, its oven spreading a steady warmth through the room. The air carries the faint scent of bread mixed with the hush of rainfall outside, while the quiet rhythm of the shop makes time feel slower. In this place, nothing rushes and nothing disturbs. Only the soft presence of comfort, safety, and ease. As the evening settles and the rain grows lighter, the story moves at the same slow pace, offering a gentle space to rest while drifting deeper into calm and steady sleep. Chapter 1. Begin by settling into a calm and comfortable position. Begin by finding a position that feels steady and supportive, with the spine at ease and the limbs resting in a natural way. The surface beneath the body feels stable, and the weight settles slowly, like sand in a jar after a gentle shake. The jaw loosens, the tongue rests softly, and the eyelids grow heavier with the comfort of stillness. The hands land where they wish, either at the sides or folded lightly across the belly, and the shoulders ease backward and downward, letting the chest open just enough to welcome air without effort. The neck lengthens as the head finds its most natural alignment, and there is nothing to hold or fix, only a simple permission to rest. Clothing sits comfortably against the skin, and any small adjustment needed arrives and completes itself without strain. Breathing begins to follow its own calm pace, not forced, not planned, just allowed to move like a small, slow wave. In this position, the body understands that there is nothing urgent, and the room around becomes safe and quiet. Invite the breath to travel a little deeper into the belly, feeling the gentle rise on the inhale and the soft fall on the exhale. The ribs widen slightly, then release, as if opening a door and closing it again in a quiet house. The shoulders soften another degree, and the back relaxes against the cushion or mattress, spreading out like a warm cloth. The face unwinds, the forehead smooths, and the muscles around the eyes loosen their tiny grip. Inhalations grow slower and more even, and exhalations lengthen just enough to signal to every part of the body that it can ease. The hands may feel heavier now, the feet warmer, the calves and thighs more settled, and the hips sink with a gentle sense of permission. The rhythm of breathing becomes familiar and comforting, and each cycle carries away a small measure of tension. The mind notices these changes without analysis, like observing ripples on a pond that gradually smooth out. Nothing needs to change quickly. It all unfolds at an unhurried pace. Notice how evening feels when it surrounds a quiet room. The air is a little cooler, and the shadows are soft rather than sharp. Sounds from outside, if there are any, are gentle and distant, like casual murmurs traveling down a hallway. The light in the room, or the darkness if the lights are dimmed, supports a simple mood of rest. Furniture stands still, with edges that no longer call for attention. The ceiling is just there. The walls are just there. And the floor holds everything without fuss. Time slows in a natural way, much like how a clock might feel when no one is watching it, steady and calm. The mind registers comfort in ordinary details, the weight of blankets, the feel of cotton or linen, the presence of a pillow that supports the head in a straightforward way. Even the silence has texture, not empty but full of ease. This is an uncomplicated quiet, and the body responds by loosening from the inside out. Guide the mind to picture a small town at the close of day, with streets that are familiar but not crowded, and buildings that have been standing for years with steady care. Roofs show a darker shade in the dim light, and windows carry a soft glow from inside rooms where lamps are on. The town sits between gentle hills, and the sky holds a layer of rain clouds that look even and calm. Paths curve slowly rather than sharply, and little fences mark gardens where leaves move under the light wind that comes before rain. The town square is simple, with a bench near a tree and a notice board with neatly pinned papers. This place feels lived in and well kept, not polished or ornate, just tended with quiet attention. The air is clean and cool, carrying a faint scent of damp stone and earth that rises when the first drops begin. Everything about this town suggests a reliable rhythm, one that continues whether watched or not. Now the rain begins, not with a sudden rush, but with a soft tapping that gathers itself little by little. Raindrops reach window glass and create tiny scattered points of sound. The tapping grows steadier until it becomes a light patter, even enough to form a background that does not ask anything from anyone. The drops collect along the edges of window panes and slide downward in thin lines that leave clear paths behind. Puddles form on the street, first small and then wider, their surfaces pulsing with the smallest circles where the drops meet the water. The sound lands on rooftops and awnings, and it is gentle, even, and regular. The air cools a degree, and a mild freshness enters, carrying the smell of wet stone, clean metal, and a hint of green from garden leaves. The sky deepens a shade, and the streetlights begin to glow, setting a calm tone for the evening. The rain is not heavy, not sharp, just steady and friendly in its own simple way. A narrow street stretches forward, lined with lamps that hold warm golden light. The glow reflects on the wet stones, turning them slightly glossy, as if polished by the evening itself. Signs hang from iron brackets outside small shops, and they sway a little when the wind passes. The rain slides from the edges of awnings in smooth sheets, and the street feels like a safe corridor, sheltered by the close buildings on either side. The lamps are evenly spaced, and each one casts a predictable circle of light that overlaps with the next. These circles create a quiet pathway, like stepping stones of brightness amid the dim blue of dusk. Doors are closed but not forbidding. Windows show the shapes of shelves and counters, and the signs in the glass are written in a careful hand. The street does not hurry. It simply continues forward with patient lines and a gentle slope that guides the rainwater toward the gutter. From further down the street comes a scent that lifts the heart and settles the body. Warm bread, clean and simple, with a soft sweetness that suggests comfort without decoration. It carries hints of yeast and toasted crust, and maybe a faint trace of butter melting into a pastry. The smell reaches the mind before the eyes catch the doorway, and it brings a sense of welcome that needs no words. It is the sort of scent that belongs to ovens that have been used for years, to careful measurements, to dough that has been given time and air. The warmth of it seems to move through the chest and down into the belly, easing any tightness. The rain and the bread smell sit well together, one cooling the air and the other warming it, balancing the senses without any need for decision. This scent is stable and familiar, and it signals a place where care is given to simple things. The bakery appears with a wooden sign above the door and a wide window that shows the inside like a soft glowing picture. Wooden shelves run along the wall, filled with loaves that show crisp edges and smooth curves. There are round loaves with pale dustings of flour, long loaves with tiny slashes across their surface, and small rolls arranged in neat lines. A glass case holds pastries with golden tops, some brushed with a shine of egg wash, others sprinkled with white sugar or a few seeds. The floor is clean and slightly worn, which gives it a comfortable, stable look. A bell hangs over the door, and when the door opens, it makes a small, clear sound that settles quickly into the air. The room carries a steady warmth that meets the cooler air from outside without any harsh contrast. The wooden counter has soft marks from years of use, and the corners are smooth from hands that have leaned there in quiet conversation. Inside, the sound of rain continues, but it becomes part of the room rather than something separate. It flows softly against the windows and then fades into the steady hum of the bakery's evening rhythm. There is the faint, regular thrum of the oven, a hush that feels like breath moving in and out at a gentle pace. Paper bags whisper when they are folded and stacked. A small clock near the register ticks very softly, regular as a heartbeat that has found a calm. The bell on the door has already settled, and the light behind the counter is warm and mild, without glare. The combination of inside and outside sounds creates a simple comfort, like a blanket with a fine weave, even and consistent. Feet make almost no sound on the wood, and every motion is unhurried and certain. Behind the counter, the baker works with steady hands, placing fresh loaves on the wooden surface in a careful row. There is no rush in the movements, only an easy rhythm built from practice and attention. A cloth comes out to wipe a few crumbs into the palm. Then the cloth returns to its hook and the row of loaves becomes neat and satisfying. A long knife rests nearby for slicing, its blade clean and ready. The baker's clothes are simple and well kept, with sleeves pushed to the forearms and a soft apron tied at the waist. The face is calm, and the eyes are friendly in a way that requires no greeting. Each loaf finds its place. Each row lines up with its neighbor, and the counter looks like a small landscape of golden shapes. The scene settles into the senses with quiet order. The oven's warmth reaches across the room with a soft, even heat that wraps the body without forcing anything. It is like standing near a sunlit wall on a cool day, steady and supportive, never sharp. The air carries the mild crackle of crust setting after the loaves come out, a sound so faint it is almost like the memory of a sound. This warmth eases the muscles in the neck and shoulders, softening stiffness in a way that asks for nothing and gives everything needed. The skin along the forearms senses a gentle increase in temperature, and the hands feel comfortable, open and unguarded. The oven's door opens and lolls with a muffled sound, padded and practiced, and the heat pulses out in a small wave before settling again. The room holds onto that warmth the way thick fabric holds onto air, reliable and constant. when a tray of sweet buns reaches the counter. A light sprinkle of sugar falls from a small spoon and lands with a soft, even hiss. The crystals meet the warm tops and shift slightly as they settle, giving off a faint crunch when the spoon taps the last few grains into place. The buns shine gently, and the edges look crisp while the centers remain soft. The air around them grows sweeter by a small degree. Not heavy, just enough to notice. This tiny sound of sugar meeting pastry blends with the rain and the hum of the oven, making a quiet trio of comfort. The tray moves to a cooling rack, and a wisp of steam lifts and dissolves. The whole room seems to breathe in and out with this simple motion. A cup of tea appears, offered with a natural kindness that needs no extra words. The tea is strong enough to be warm and steady, but softened with milk and a teaspoon of honey, mixed until the color turns a gentle beige. The cup rests in the hands with an easy weight, and the handle fits the fingers without strain. The scent rises in small spirals. Clean tea leaves, a hint of sweetness, and the quiet richness of warm milk. The first sip is smooth and balanced, the heat entering the mouth and throat at a perfect pace, moving downward like a calm line that releases any small knot along the way. Breath meets the steam and grows slower again, matching the mild heat that comes with each sip. The cup warms the palms and the wrists, and the shoulders soften another small degree. Steam rises in a thin line from the cup and fades into the air overhead. Watching it is simple and steady, like tracking a small cloud that forms and then disappears. The surface of the tea carries a faint shimmer under the bakery lights, and tiny ripples appear when the cup shifts in the hands. The heat is never too much, and the warmth spreads in a careful circle across the chest and belly. The aroma is constant and reassuring. The lips rest against the edge of the cup with ease between sips, and the tongue does not rush to taste, just lets the flavor arrive. The hands enjoy the gentle weight, and the elbows anchor on the table or the counter in a way that feels supported. The steam slows as the tea cools, and the mind settles with it. Now a seat near the window becomes the quiet center of attention. The chair is simple and sturdy, with a wooden back that supports the spine. The window is clear, and outside the rain continues in a soft, consistent way. Drops trace their paths down the glass, sometimes joining another path, sometimes making a new one. The street beyond is mild and nearly empty, with the glow of the lamps reflecting in small wavy lines on the wet stones. A bicycle stands under an awning, water forming a fine sheen on its frame. A cat moves along the edge of a doorway, then settles, tucking itself into a dry corner with a satisfied stillness. Across the street, another window shows a lamp and a stack of books. No one is there, but the space feels kindly and tended. Inside the bakery, the cup rests and the hands grow even warmer. Attention narrows to the sound of the raindrops themselves. They follow a pace that is slow, dependable, and soothing. Each drop meets the glass and adds a tiny point to the pattern, and together they become a soft music that does not rise or fall, but simply continues. In this quiet, breath falls into a natural rhythm that moves in time with the rain. Not exactly synchronized, but close enough to feel guided by it. The mind observes without counting, without planning, without measuring. A long inhale arrives, and a longer exhale follows, and the body responds by releasing effort. The rhythm of the drops on the window, the roof, the awning, and the street creates a layered sound. But every layer is gentle. Even the gutters offer a small stream sound. A steady movement that brings a sense of order to the evening. Awareness spreads through the body and notices how safe and quiet it feels. The feet rest without pressing. The calves and thighs lie heavy and still, and the hips find an easy supported position. The low back is soft. The belly is calm, and the chest moves with quiet breath. The shoulders are free from strain. The arms rest, and the hands relax with a pleasant warmth. The neck is unburdened. The jaw has no need to clench, and the tongue rests against the floor of the mouth. The eyes sit comfortably behind closed lids, and the forehead is smooth. Inside there is a sense of being held by the room, by the chair, by the air, and by the simple sounds that continue without pause. Thoughts may arrive and drift away like small leaves in a slow stream, and there is no need to gather or chase them. The body understands that this is a good place for rest. The bakery's warmth wraps around every part of the body like steady sunlight filtered through a curtain. It reaches the skin lightly, then moves inward with a temperate ease. The smell of bread and tea remains constant. A friendly, familiar presence that does not change from moment to moment. The light inside has grown dimmer as the evening advances, but it remains warm and kind to the eyes. The wooden surfaces, the shelves, and the counter together create a calm picture that asks for nothing beyond simple appreciation. Even the small chalkboard with today's offerings has a pleasant order to it. The handwriting clear and even. The prices fair and unpretentious. The room feels whole, and everything in it works together to support rest. The gentle warmth, steady sounds, and soft light guide the senses toward one conclusion. This is a time to slow down and be well. The mind begins to drift in a comfortable way, like stepping from one soft rug to another. Each one a small comfort that follows the last. The rain eases a little, then resumes, then eases again, keeping a gentle pattern that feels trustworthy. The tea grows cooler, the cup lighter, and the last sip is mild and smooth. The body recognizes the signs of evening deepening, and the eyelids encourage less effort and more ease. The bakery holds its steady tone, and the outside world fades to a faint, pleasant blur. The steady fascinations of the room, steam, shelves, loaves, raindrops, no longer need close watching, and the mind allows them to live at the edge of awareness. Nothing in this space needs to be solved or managed. The voice of the room is a low hum of welcome. Breathing continues at a comfortable pace, and the room begins to feel even more spacious, as if the walls have stepped back to allow an open, restful distance. The baker wipes down the surface one last time, movement slow and simple, then checks the oven and nods with quiet satisfaction. A few small lights in the case remain on, their glow steady and soft. The bell on the door seems to rest, almost ready to sleep like everything else. The floor reflects a faint sheen from the lamps, and the stools near the counter sit patient and aligned. Outside, the rain softens again, and a light fog gathers near the ground, blurring edges and softening sound. The bakery holds the same calm center, unchanged, prepared to keep its gentle warmth as long as needed. In this ease, a natural drowsiness develops, kind and patient. Each breath sinks a little deeper, and the body grows a little heavier. The jaw relaxes further, the lips part slightly, and the tongue stays at rest. The skin feels warm where it meets clothing and air, and the head feels stable and supported by the pillow or the back of the chair. The mind observes these things for a moment, and then finds it does not need to keep observing. It can let them be. The image of the bakery remains, but it becomes simpler. A window with rain, a counter with bread, a cup cooling beside a folded napkin. The rest can fade, and nothing important is lost. The brain enjoys the relief of fewer details, and the heart rate stays slow and steady. With every soft exhale, any remaining tension leaves the body, like air leaving a cushion that still holds its shape. The shoulders lie heavy and loose, the arms long and restful, the hands slack but comfortable. The belly is quiet, and the breath moves without catching. The legs feel like a single whole, balanced and at peace, rather than parts that need attention. The feet rest with a pleasant glow against their surface, and the toes are soft and unconcerned. The neck holds the head in a way that feels natural and kind, as if the shape of the pillow or backrest is exactly right. The gentle hint of bread and tea seems to linger, not as a sharp scent, but as a calm memory that sits near the edge of experience. Rain remains the backdrop, soft, reliable, and detached from any urgency. At this point, words begin to feel like they can arrive with more space between them, and the silence carries most of the comfort. The bakery, the rain, and the warm light have given everything needed for rest. And the body has heard the message. The mind can allow itself to grow quieter than before, releasing any shape or plan it was holding. If a thought appears, it drops away. If a picture appears, it softens at the edges and then goes still. The rhythm of breath continues its unbroken line through time, steady, open, and unforced. The scene keeps a small presence in the background, as a promise: warmth is here, order is here, and this evening belongs to rest. The hands stay warm, the heart beats with calm regularity, and the eyelids remain heavy and pleased. Sleep can come the way gentle weather moves across a quiet field, with no corners, no sudden turns, only continuous movement from ease to deeper ease. The body nestles into the support it has, and the support answers by holding it without pressure. The room grows invisible to attention, and the bakery becomes a soft glow behind the eyes that dims in perfect time with the breath. Raindrops continue to trace the window, and their faint patterns become too relaxed to follow. The mind turns from the world of pictures to a plain darkness that feels kind and complete. In that darkness, warmth remains, breath remains, and safety remains. There is nothing left to do, nothing to fix, nothing to plan. The small town and its narrow street will continue their calm evening without needing anyone to watch. The lamps will glow, the water will thread along the gutter, the bicycle will stand quietly under the awning, the bakery shelves will keep their soft display until morning. The oven will cool gradually, and the counter will wait for new loaves. The bell over the door will rest through the night, and the window will hold the last few drops before the sky clears. All of this unfolds in a steady way that matches the unhurried pace of sleep. The body now speaks its simple language. Heaviness in the limbs, warmth in the hands and feet, softness along the face and neck, breath moving without thought, eyes ready to remain closed. This language says that it is time to sink and restore. Any lingering lines of awareness loosen and open. The outline of the day fades, and the kind shape of rest takes its place. The mind, clear and calm, chooses quiet, and the body, comforted and warm, follows that choice. The bakery steps back into the distance, then into the background, then into a quiet memory that asks for nothing. Sleep waits at the edge, and then is no longer separate. The breath goes on. The heart goes on. The room stays safe. The rain is there, small and steady, and it will continue as long as needed. The pillow carries the weight of the head without complaint. The blanket or sheet holds the body with friendly pressure that feels even and sure. Everything that remains is gentle. Everything that matters is simple. In this final ease, the last recognition arrives. Rest is here, and it is complete. The town can sleep. The bakery can sleep. The rain can sleep, in the way that rain does when the mind no longer listens for it. The body settles into the deepest layer of comfort, and the mind grows quiet enough to match. Sleep moves in, steady as breath, soft as warm air, reliable as the low hum of an oven cooling in a calm room. The world narrows to warmth and breath, and then to breath alone, and then to a quiet that holds both without effort. The night continues at its own mild pace, and the body rests deeply, calm and ready for the silent hours ahead. Chapter 2. Invite your body to soften as your breathing slows down. Strength enters the body, not through tension, but through the courage to release it. And as soon as release begins, true rest follows without effort. A calm position has already been found, and now the body can be invited to soften as breathing naturally slows down. Each inhalation brings a quiet rise through the chest, and each exhalation allows the entire frame to ease a little more. No urgency, no resistance, only steady unwinding. Shoulders rest further downward. The upper arms lose their grip, and even the smallest muscles in the hands no longer hold. Fingers separate gently, curving in their own natural way, while the palms grow warm and open. With every passing moment, breath signals that less holding is needed, and the body responds as if it has been waiting for this permission all along. The breath finds a steady rhythm, neither shallow nor deep, only balanced in its own quiet pace. With each exhale, the chest releases a little further, ribs falling into ease without being guided. The stomach softens and moves with the breath, rising gently with inhalation, lowering with exhalation. A movement so smooth it seems to melt into the mattress or chair. The skin over the face feels lighter as the jaw hangs comfortably, and the forehead feels clear and settled. Eyelids become heavy, not from force but from the natural pull of rest, while the tiny muscles around the eyes lose the need to contract. As softness spreads, the head is supported with no demand on the neck, and breathing continues its rhythm like an invisible companion keeping time. The release spreads downward through the torso, where the back muscles that once held shape now lengthen. The curve of the spine is carried by the surface beneath, steady and supportive, allowing all effort to drop away. Hips no longer grip, and thighs sink with their true weight, free of resistance. Knees find balance without needing adjustment, and calves rest against the surface with a heaviness that feels secure rather than burdensome. Feet loosen, and the arches no longer lift. The heels anchor, and toes spread slightly in calm surrender. Every part that once carried tension begins to soften in unison with breath. The rhythm of exhaling carries with it the day's weight, letting the body sink deeper into rest. No single release is dramatic, only small steps toward ease, like a natural sequence where each muscle follows the next. The flow is smooth, a cascade moving downward, leaving nothing behind except a comfortable stillness. Shoulders that once rose with every thought no longer move. Neck muscles that carried the head's weight allow the surface beneath to take it fully. And hands that worked through the day now lie still without command. The cycle repeats. Inhale, filling quietly. Exhale, loosening gently, until there is no difference between breath and rest. Warmth arises as blood flows freely through muscles, no longer tensed. The skin tingles faintly at first, then settles into an even comfort that spreads outward. The body recognizes safety in stillness, and this recognition allows deeper softening. The back sinks further, the arms grow heavier, and even the chest muscles no longer strive to lift strongly. They move with only the air itself. In this balance, every breath becomes softer than the one before, until the entire body feels draped in ease. The mind begins to notice that slowing the breath also slows thought. With no effort to chase or resist, thoughts appear like faint ripples on a calm surface, then fade naturally. Nothing presses for attention. Nothing pulls the body upward. Nothing requires action. Awareness rests inside the breath and the body's softening, the two working together to create one experience of rest. Air moves in, air moves out, and muscles remain soft in their steady surrender. Each inhale now feels like fresh energy, entering without force, and each exhale feels like a door gently closing behind. The lungs fill with calm. The chest expands without effort. And the cycle continues without strain. The release is not limited to muscles. It reaches inward. The heart beats slower. Circulation steadies. And the nervous system finds its natural rhythm. The body listens only to the breath now, no longer guided by outside sound or thought. In this steady relaxation, the sense of time changes. Minutes pass unnoticed as the body becomes entirely present with the gentle breathing. There is no counting, no waiting, no measuring. Only the steady rhythm that holds the body in place. Breath is enough to anchor awareness, and softening continues to deepen with each exhale. The longer it goes on, the more natural it feels, as though this state has always been available beneath the layers of activity. The chest rises again, slowly, and the air is cool as it enters the nostrils, gentle against the inner passages. The exhale follows, warmer, softer, carrying away the faint residue of the day. The cycle repeats, one breath blending into the next, never demanding attention yet always present. This simple act becomes the focus, and every system in the body organizes itself around its rhythm. Arms rest as they are. Legs remain still. The entire body supported. Nothing stirs. Nothing disrupts. Nothing interrupts. Breath slows further still, reaching a pace that feels entirely natural, steady, and calm. The muscles that once guarded against movement now trust the surface beneath them. The weight of the body is evenly distributed, and no part feels left out. The slow sinking sensation spreads, a sign that the body is not just lying still, but also releasing layers of effort built throughout the day. This is not collapse but surrender, a willingness to be held by rest. The skin feels cooler now, except for warm pockets at the hands, chest, and feet where blood flows freely. The temperature is balanced, not distracting, not calling attention, simply present as part of the environment. The ears catch faint sounds from the distance, but interpret them without alarm. They become part of the calm rather than interruptions. Breath remains the guide, returning again and again to its slow, reliable path. Softening reaches even deeper tissues. Now, the lungs expand. With less effort, the diaphragm moves with quiet strength, and the stomach muscles remain passive. With this balance, every breath feels smoother, more even, and more complete. The exhale grows slightly longer than the inhale, and in that lengthening, there is a message of deeper release. Every part of the body understands it, and the cycle continues without end. The stillness is not empty, but full of comfort. Every detail, the warmth of the blanket, the firmness of the surface, the quiet rhythm of air, adds to the sense of being held securely. The muscles no longer think of movement. They have surrendered their role. The bones no longer feel the need to support. The ground does it for them. The mind has nothing to solve, nothing to direct, nothing to plan. Breath is now the only movement, and even it feels less like an action and more like a natural wave. The body rides this wave without resistance, softening further with each rise and fall. The slower the breath becomes, the heavier the limbs feel, and the more distant the outside world grows. There is no division between body and breath anymore. Only a single quiet rhythm that defines the present moment. With every exhale, softness deepens into calm, heaviness, and the body gives itself over to stillness. Muscles lie at rest. Organs hum in quiet balance. And skin no longer calls for attention. The nervous system settles, no longer firing signals of urgency. Only calm and steady pulses that maintain life. This is rest in its truest form, carried on the rhythm of breath that slows as naturally as night settles after day. And so the body, guided only by breathing, finds its perfect softness. Each cycle completes itself over and over, without demand or thought. Stillness surrounds. Weight is released, and the rhythm continues like a quiet stream, moving endlessly forward. The body has arrived at a place of rest, not through force, but through surrender. Not through holding, but through letting go. Breath is steady, muscles are soft, and peace has taken its place, ready to carry the body into the deeper layers of sleep. Chapter 3. Notice the quiet feeling of evening gently surrounding you. There is a special calm that arrives only when the day begins to close. And in this moment, the quiet of evening surrounds everything with a steady, gentle presence. The sky has shifted into deeper tones, no longer bright and demanding, but soft and layered with shades that invite rest. Faint traces of daylight linger on the horizon, slowly giving way to the softness of dusk. And the world takes on a pace that feels slower and kinder than the hours that came before. The air carries a different weight now, cooler, more balanced, carrying with it the subtle scent of earth, wood, or stone touched by the passing hours. It is not the kind of quiet that feels empty, but the kind that feels supportive, a silence that holds rather than demands. The sounds of evening are delicate and spaced apart, each one finding its place within the stillness. A distant voice might fade along a street before disappearing completely. The last call of a bird rests briefly on the air, and then everything softens into a near silence that feels complete. The rhythm of footsteps slows if they are heard at all, and vehicles, if they pass, move with a subdued tone, quieter than in the rush of daylight. Every sound becomes part of the larger picture, woven into the evening's atmosphere, and none of them disturb the calm that has settled. The silence feels steady and unbroken, allowing the mind to notice its presence without distraction. Shadows lengthen in a way that feels steady, not sharp or demanding. Buildings and trees lose their edges as the light fades, blending softly into one another, until the shapes become gentle outlines rather than bold structures. Lamps flicker on, not with glare but with a glow that spreads outward in small circles, steadying the environment with their muted warmth. These small lights guide the eye, creating pockets of comfort along paths, streets, and windows. The glow does not push back against the evening but instead lives within it, adding to the sense that the world is winding down. Indoors, the light takes on a softer quality, lamps and candles replacing the sharper brightness of the sun. Corners of the room hold a darker calm, while the light nearest you rests like a quiet companion. The balance between light and dark feels soothing, neither too bright nor too dim, but precisely enough to remind the body that night is near. The surroundings no longer ask for constant attention. Instead, they support the quiet by being steady, still and familiar. Objects remain where they are, carrying their shapes in silence, not needing to be touched or moved. The entire space seems to hold its breath in readiness for rest. The air of evening is different from the air of day. It carries with it a cooler touch, a gentle brush against the skin that feels like a signal to slow down. Each inhale feels smoother, each exhale more complete, as though the air itself is designed for calming. Breathing it in brings freshness that clears away what remains of the day's heaviness, and breathing it out creates space for comfort to grow. The body recognizes this shift instinctively, responding with slower heartbeats, softer muscles, and a natural leaning towards stillness. It feels as though the atmosphere itself encourages release, without needing any effort or choice. Windows might hold the faint reflection of the room, where the inside light meets the outside dark. The reflection appears calm and unhurried, a reminder of the boundary between inner quiet and outer stillness. Beyond the window, faint stars may begin to appear, small and clear against the fading sky, each one adding another point of reassurance. Clouds, if they remain, take on deeper colors, resting heavily in the distance without movement. This view, whether simple or full of detail, carries the same message. The world is slowing, softening, and easing into rest. The rhythm of the environment matches the rhythm of the body. As evening deepens, breathing naturally slows, and muscles respond with their own release. The silence outside merges with the silence inside, creating a single continuous calm. Thoughts that once moved quickly begin to stretch out, leaving space between them, and then they fade into the background, as if the mind no longer needs their noise. The body finds a balance with the evening, recognizing its gentle call toward restoration. Familiar scents may accompany this time. Perhaps the faint smell of the day cooling, wood settling, or the air carrying traces of rain or soil. Inside, the scent might come from clean fabric, a soft blanket, or a warm cup of tea resting nearby. Each detail adds to the sense of calm without needing to dominate the senses. The air becomes part of the quiet, not only cooling the skin, but also carrying reassurance that the day is complete. Nothing presses forward now. Everything waits with patience. Every surface feels steadier at this time. The chair, the bed, or the ground beneath seems to hold weight more firmly, as though the evening itself strengthens its support. The body lies against it more easily, surrendering without hesitation, the muscles no longer needing to hold themselves upright. Blankets or cushions add softness that answers the cooler air, creating balance that feels natural and kind. This combination of support and warmth creates a foundation where rest feels not only possible, but inevitable. Small, simple movements of the environment continue to support the quiet. A curtain shifts lightly with a breeze, then settles back in place. A distant creak from wood adjusting to the cool air reminds you of stillness more than movement. Even the occasional sound from outside does not break the calm, but instead joins it, as if all activity at this hour is designed to be softer. The balance of the senses aligns with this environment. Sight, sound, touch, and breath all notice that nothing is urgent, nothing is loud, and nothing is unfinished. Evening quiet holds its own texture. Something felt not just in the body, but in the mind. It is the difference between rushing and slowing, between brightness and dimness, between tension and release. The mind interprets it as safe, stable, and prepared for rest. It accepts this without questioning, allowing awareness to lean into stillness. Muscles soften further, eyelids rest heavier, and breathing sinks even deeper. In this way, the quiet of evening is not simply noticed. It is absorbed, welcomed into the body, until the two feel like one. As the evening surrounds you, the sense of space changes. The room feels more spacious. The world outside feels farther away. And yet everything feels closer in comfort. The boundary between self and environment seems softer, as though the quiet has entered not only the space, but the body itself. Time feels slower, stretched out so that each moment can be experienced fully before fading into the next. This slowing brings with it the sense that nothing is missing, nothing needs to be added, and everything that is present is exactly enough. Breath continues to move steadily, supported by this stillness. Each inhale brings in the cool air of evening, and each exhale releases what no longer belongs to this moment. The balance is complete, neither too strong nor too faint, simply even and reliable. The body trusts this process, trusts the air, trusts the evening, and rests further with every cycle. The quiet outside encourages the quiet inside, and the two continue to strengthen one another. Eyes no longer search for detail, preferring instead the soft shapes and faint lights that remain. Hearing no longer strains for sound, but enjoys the space between them. Touch focuses on the even pressure of surfaces, the warmth of fabric, the coolness of air. Every sense contributes to the same understanding. This is the time to rest. The mind accepts this message, letting go of activity and finding peace in stillness. Evening deepens further, and the quiet becomes even more stable, as though it has settled into its truest form. The sky outside has completed its shift into darkness, and the lights that remain are steady and reliable. The sounds are fewer now, spaced further apart, and the silence between them feels wide and soft. The body continues to respond with deeper calm, heavier limbs, slower breathing, and a quiet heart. This deepening is natural, steady, and unbroken. The sense of evening now feels complete, surrounding both body and mind in one continuous presence. It requires nothing. It asks for nothing. It gives everything in the form of stillness. The body lies heavy and soft. The mind rests in quiet space, and the breath moves in a rhythm that supports both. The day has fully ended, and night has fully arrived. Within this balance, the invitation to sleep has been given, and the body is ready to accept it. The quiet of evening is no longer outside. It has entered completely within. It flows through every breath, fills every muscle, and surrounds every thought. There is no separation now between environment and self. No distinction between air and body. No difference between inner calm and outer calm. The quiet is one whole and complete. Rest follows naturally, not as a task, but as the next step, carried gently forward by the soft and steady presence of evening. Chapter 4. Guide your mind to picture a small town on a rainy day. The mind holds incredible power to create places of peace. And now it is time to let it form the image of a small town, resting quietly under the gentle rhythm of a rainy day. The streets are calm and mostly empty, stretching through the heart of the town with an ease that matches the falling rain. Stone pathways glisten as drops land steadily, creating tiny ripples that spread outward before fading back into stillness. The air feels fresh, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of rain mixing with earth, wood, and rooftops. Overhead, the sky is soft gray, layered with clouds that move slowly, leaving no harsh brightness, only a steady dimness that encourages calm. This town is neither busy nor loud. It is peaceful, tucked into its own corner of the world, existing at a pace that welcomes relaxation. The sound of rain is constant, but never overwhelming. It taps gently on window glass, clicks softly against tin gutters, and lands with quiet rhythm on tiled roofs. The steady patter becomes a natural backdrop, one that soothes rather than interrupts. Small streams run along the edges of the road, carrying rainwater toward the drains, their faint trickling adding to the harmony of the scene. The rhythm is reliable, unchanging, and it gives the impression that the whole town is wrapped in a blanket of calm weather that will last for as long as needed. Buildings stand close to one another, their brick or stone walls dampened slightly by the steady rainfall. Wooden doors shine darker in color from the moisture, and flower boxes beneath windows hold leaves dotted with droplets, bending gently under the added weight. Curtains hang in some of the windows, swaying faintly when a draft moves through, while behind the glass warm glows of lamps give the suggestion of comfort and home. Smoke rises faintly from a chimney or two, curling upward before being absorbed into the gray sky, blending seamlessly with the mist. Shops line the main street, each with a small sign swinging slightly in the light breeze. A bookstore sits on one corner, its glass window fogged at the edges from the warmth inside. Beside it, a cafe shows neat rows of tables, each holding cups and saucers where a few patrons enjoy their drinks in quiet conversation. Across the way, a florist has buckets of rain-kissed flowers displayed beneath an awning, their petals damp yet still bright against the muted tones of the rainy day. These simple places carry with them a sense of reliability, ordinary yet comforting in their familiarity. Street lamps, even though it is not yet night, glow faintly against the dimness of the rain-soaked afternoon. Their light reflects in puddles across the street, forming shimmering circles that tremble when new drops fall. Wooden benches stand beneath trees that sway gently, their branches heavy with water, and small streams of rain drip down from their leaves in steady lines. The entire street carries a softness, as though the rain has smoothed every edge and slowed every movement. No one rushes. Those who pass hold umbrellas or wear raincoats, moving at an unhurried pace, unbothered by the weather. The town square is quiet, holding a fountain at its center, where rainwater gathers and overflows. The stone rim is slick, the water within mixing with the drops that continue to fall from above. A few pigeons rest beneath the overhang of a nearby roof, their feathers fluffed as they remain still, waiting out the weather in patient calm. Around the square, trees line the edges, their trunks darkened from the rain, their roots surrounded by softened soil. The square itself is almost silent, except for the sound of water meeting water, a sound that comforts rather than disturbs. Narrow side streets branch off from the main path, each one quieter still, lined with houses that seem to lean gently toward each other, forming a sheltered corridor. Their rooftops glisten under the rain, sloped so the water runs in smooth sheets toward the gutters below. Wooden shutters rest closed, protecting windows from the cool air, while small gardens in front yards shimmer with droplets on every blade of grass. Paths lead up to doorsteps where welcome mats are darkened with moisture, each one showing the marks of a household prepared for weather like this. The rain enhances every detail of the town. Colors appear deeper, the reds of brickwork, the greens of plants, the blues and grays of rooftops. Sound carries differently in the damp air, softened, almost muffled, so that nothing feels sharp. The entire environment feels balanced, every part of it fitting together with the weather in perfect harmony. The town is not resisting the rain. It is accepting it, existing within it naturally. This acceptance is what gives the scene its profound calm. A quiet reminder that rest comes not from pushing but from allowing. As the rain continues, a sense of rhythm spreads across the whole town. The steady tapping against roofs, the splashes in puddles, and the trickling of water into drains form a kind of natural music, predictable and soothing. The occasional movement of a passerby, or the roll of a cartwheel over the wet stones, joins in for a moment before fading, leaving the soundscape whole again. This rhythm settles into the mind, drawing it away from restless thought and into the steady pattern of water and stillness. The image of the town grows clearer with each detail, becoming a place that feels not only imagined, but real. The streets, the buildings, the people, the shops, the rain. They form a complete environment that welcomes the mind into its quiet embrace. There is no demand here, no urgency, no tension. The rain will fall as long as it chooses, and the town will continue in its steady rhythm without strain. It is a safe place, a calm place, one that exists to hold this moment of rest. The longer the picture remains, the deeper the sense of ease becomes. The rain does not need to stop. Its constancy, is what allows the town to stay so peaceful. The buildings will hold. The lights will shine. The people will rest inside their homes. And everything will remain steady under the weight of the gray sky. The streets will stay glossy. The air will remain fresh. And the sound will continue its steady pattern. Nothing changes quickly here. Everything moves at the pace of rain. Slow, gentle, and reliable. And as the mind holds this picture of the town, the body responds with the same softness. Muscles ease. Breath deepens. Thoughts loosen. And the quiet rhythm of the rain outside becomes the rhythm inside as well. The small town, steady under its rainy sky, becomes more than an image. It becomes a mirror of calm, reminding body and mind of the peace that is always available when the world slows and allows rest. Chapter 5. Imagine the soft patter of raindrops tapping on window glass. There is a unique kind of comfort that arrives when the gentle sound of raindrops touches the glass. And in this moment, the mind is invited to imagine the soft, steady patter that makes the world feel safe, enclosed, and deeply calm. Each drop makes its own quiet landing, delicate yet noticeable, creating a rhythm that is soothing in its simplicity. The sound is not sharp, not hurried, but evenly spaced, as though the rain itself has chosen to fall with kindness. The glass becomes a canvas where the drops meet, pause for an instant, and then slide downward, leaving faint lines that blur the view outside. The sound of tapping builds a background of calm that continues without interruption. It is never overwhelming. It sits quietly behind everything else, like a low, steady hum that reminds the body of stability. Some drops are quick and light, barely noticeable, while others are fuller, creating a slightly deeper sound that joins the chorus. Together, they form a pattern that is both varied and consistent, never demanding attention yet always there to comfort. It is a music made not by instruments, but by nature, designed not to excite, but to soothe. Each drop carries its own weight, striking the glass in a way that feels precise, yet gentle. The contact is brief, and then it moves on, either resting in place as a bead or sliding downward to join others. Trails form across the window, merging and separating, each one reflecting the faint glow of light from inside the room. These movements are slow, and watching them requires no effort. Only a quiet noticing of how the water chooses its path. The sound and the sight combine to create an experience that holds the mind in stillness. The rhythm is never exactly the same. Some moments bring a quick succession of drops, tapping with a slightly quicker pace, while others bring a pause, leaving space before the next one arrives. This irregularity is part of the comfort, because it makes the sound feel alive, like a companion that breathes and shifts. There is no need to anticipate the next drop will come when it comes, and the waiting is part of the ease. The unpredictability makes the pattern endlessly interesting, yet always calm. The glass itself responds to the rain in subtle ways. The cool surface becomes dotted with moisture, the outside covered with beads that slowly join together. From inside, the glass feels firm, protective, holding back the weather while still allowing the sound to pass through. That faint barrier gives a sense of shelter, of being safely apart from the rain yet connected to it through sound and sight. The body feels this distinction, recognizing that it is warm and dry within while the weather remains steady outside. The more the rain continues, the more the sound becomes familiar. What at first was a collection of small taps blends into a continuous texture, something that feels less like many parts and more like one whole. The brain no longer separates each sound. It absorbs them together, letting them wash through awareness like a single current. This shift deepens relaxation because the effort to notice fades, replaced by simple acceptance. The tapping is no longer something listened to. It is something lived within. The softness of the patter carries its own depth. It is neither loud enough to distract, nor faint enough to disappear. It rests in the perfect middle, balanced so that it can be heard without thought. The balance itself is calming, showing the body and mind that equilibrium is possible, that neither extreme is necessary. The rain on the window becomes a lesson in balance, delivered without words, understood without thought. Light changes the way the rain appears. If the window looks out onto the evening, each drop glimmers briefly as it slides past the glow of a street lamp. If the glass faces into softer light, the drops become almost invisible, more a feeling than a sight. In either case, the presence of the rain is undeniable, and it shapes the atmosphere of the room. The inside grows more intimate, more focused, while the outside becomes blurred, distant, and softened by the layers of water. The world is still there, but its edges are dissolved, leaving only calm. Temperature and touch also play a role in this image. The air near the window carries a cooler edge, hinting at the damp weather outside, while the rest of the room holds warmth and softness. The skin feels this difference, and the contrast adds to the sense of comfort. To be inside, sheltered, while rain touches the glass, only increases the awareness of security. The patter on the window is a reminder of what lies outside, and in the same instant, it confirms the peace of being within. The rhythm of raindrops on glass easily syncs with the rhythm of the body. Breathing adjusts without conscious effort, sometimes lengthening, sometimes slowing, to match the steady pace of water falling. The chest rises and falls with the same patience that the rain shows. Never rushed, never delayed. The mind follows, quieting as it recognizes the pattern. Thoughts lose their sharp edges, softening like the world blurred by wet glass. The rain is outside, the body is inside, but both exist together in harmony. The sound also carries memory, even if faint. The mind may recall other rainy days, other windows where similar tapping was heard. These memories arrive not as sharp images but as feelings, gentle and safe, reminding the listener that this sound has always meant rest and calm. In this way, the patter of raindrops becomes timeless, not tied to one place or one moment, but universal, familiar, and endlessly comforting. The longer the sound continues, the more it fills the space with calm. Even silence becomes part of it, because the quiet between heavier drops is not empty, but pregnant with anticipation, always followed by the next soft touch. The whole room seems to breathe with the rain, expanding and releasing in a rhythm that requires nothing and offers everything. The pattern goes on, and with every moment it becomes clearer. This is not just background noise, but an anchor for peace. Eventually, the mind no longer separates the self from the sound. The raindrops tapping on glass are not over there, while the body is here. Instead, the two blend together, forming part of the same calm experience. The rhythm softens the body, the breath is guided by it, and the mind is quieted into rest. The outside rain has become an inner calm, and the glass between is only a reminder that comfort is complete. And so the rain continues, steady, soft, and endless, in its gentle rhythm. Each drop, each line across the glass, each faint sound adds to the whole, creating a world of safety and ease. The mind rests in this place. The body settles, and everything feels suspended in the quiet of water meeting glass. The sound does not need to stop. It will continue as long as it needs to, carrying with it the reassurance that nothing else matters now but rest. Chapter 6. Describe the narrow street lined with warm, glowing lamps. There is something deeply calming about walking through a street that feels both quiet and alive. And now the mind is guided to picture a narrow road, softly lit by warm, glowing lamps. The path is not wide, but it stretches gently forward, framed by low stone buildings on either side, their walls dampened by the earlier rain. The stones underfoot shine faintly where puddles have gathered, reflecting the gentle circles of light cast downward from the lamps above. Each lamp stands at an even distance, and their light overlaps slightly, creating a continuous path of golden calm. Through the dim gray of the evening, the glow is steady, never flickering, and it spreads outward in smooth halos that rest gently on the wet ground. As the scene unfolds, the warmth of the lamps softens the atmosphere. The air may still hold a cool edge, but the golden light balances it, filling the narrow street with a sense of shelter. Shadows are present, but they are not heavy or sharp. They stretch quietly behind fences and steps, softening the lines of the buildings and the edges of the pavement. The lamps provide enough brightness to guide the way without overwhelming the eyes, allowing the body to relax into the walk without strain. The buildings rise close to the path, and their windows catch the light, sending it back with a faint, muted shimmer. Curtains hang inside, some drawn, others open just enough to let a glimpse of interior warmth slip out into the night. Wooden doors with metal handles rest in silence, their surfaces darker from the moisture in the air. Flower boxes beneath windows, though wet from rain, still carry a touch of color. their petals holding small droplets that sparkle briefly when the lamps touch them. These details create a scene that feels both cared for and peaceful. A place where nothing is rushed and everything belongs. The lamps themselves stand tall but modest, their iron posts rooted firmly into the stones. Their glass coverings glow softly, diffusing the light into golden pools that overlap one another like a chain of gentle beacons. They do not hum or buzz. They stand in stillness, offering their glow without asking for notice. Their warmth does not push back against the night, but instead softens it, blending the cool darkness with a steady radiance that reassures the senses. Each lamp feels like a quiet companion, present simply to make the way easier and calmer. The air in the street is still and carries with it a faint freshness, left behind by the rainfall. Moisture lingers in the atmosphere, adding a cool crispness to each breath. The golden lamps warm the tone of the scene, so the coolness never feels harsh. Instead, there is balance. The gentle light meets the evening air, creating harmony that steadies the body and calms the mind. Each inhale is smooth, filled with the faint scent of damp stone and wood, and each exhale leaves the body more at ease. As footsteps move along the narrow path, the sound they make is soft, cushioned by the dampness of the stones. The street does not echo. It absorbs sound, holding it close so that nothing feels loud or intrusive. The lamps illuminate the way just enough to reveal small details that might otherwise go unnoticed. The uneven lines of the cobblestones, the faint moss growing at their edges, and the occasional puddle holding the reflection of a lamp above. The reflections ripple slightly when touched by a falling drop of water, a movement that feels gentle and unhurried. The rhythm of the lamps along the street creates a steady sense of order. Each one stands at just the right distance to guide the path, and their repetition soothes the mind, creating predictability and comfort. As the gaze moves forward, the lamps appear to stretch endlessly into the distance, leading calmly onward. This continuity gives a sense of direction without urgency, allowing the mind to rest in the reassurance that the path is clear and the way is steady. Shadows cast by the lamps stretch outward, long and soft, joining one another in places and separating in others. These shadows never feel threatening. They are merely the quieter spaces between the pools of light, resting gently against the walls and ground. They deepen the golden glow by contrast, making the warmth of the lamps feel even more present. This play of light and shadow creates texture without disturbance, adding to the richness of the calm evening scene. The narrowness of the street itself brings comfort, as though the space is designed to be intimate and protective. The buildings lean slightly toward one another, and the lamps form a ceiling of soft light overhead. The world beyond the street fades into distance, leaving only this enclosed path of calmness. There is no traffic here, no noise, no distraction. Only the simple rhythm of footsteps, breath, and the warm glow of the lamps marking the way. Occasional signs hang from iron brackets outside the buildings, their painted letters reflecting faintly under the lamps. They speak of simple shops and small homes, places that add to the sense of community. Wooden benches sit at intervals, their surfaces glistening faintly from the rain, inviting rest even in the cool night air. The lamps nearest to them cast circles of light that feel welcoming, turning ordinary corners into safe places to pause and breathe. As the walk continues, the light feels almost like a quiet heartbeat of the town. Each lamp offers not only illumination but also presence, marking time and distance in calm, predictable intervals. Their glow brings with it a sense of security, reminding anyone walking that they are never far from light, never lost in shadow. This rhythm reassures the mind in the same way a steady breath reassures the body, both working together to create ease. The reflections of the lamps in the wet cobblestones add another layer to the scene. They shimmer and shift with the smallest movement, bending and stretching. As footsteps disturb puddles, the ground seems to hold two worlds. One above, where lamps shine steadily, and one below, where they ripple softly with each passing drop. The eye rests easily on these reflections. Lulled by their gentle, wavering forms, there is beauty in their impermanence, in the way each pattern lasts only for a moment before reshaping itself into another. Farther down, the narrow street bends slightly, disappearing into the soft distance. The lamps continue around the curve, their glow turning gently with the path, inviting the mind to follow without needing to know what lies ahead. The curve itself adds to the comfort, creating a sense of journey without urgency. A reminder that movement can be calm and steady rather than rushed or forced. The lamps give just enough light to keep curiosity alive, while still holding the atmosphere of rest. The street as a whole becomes more than just a place. It becomes an experience of balance. The narrowness gives it intimacy. The lamps give it warmth. The rain-soaked stones give it texture, and the silence gives it depth. Together they form a picture of peace, one that the mind can rest within fully. Every detail contributes, yet none overwhelms, each part blending with the others into a whole that feels natural, steady, and deeply soothing. In this image, the body responds instinctively. Muscles loosen, the breath slows, and the mind eases further into stillness. The lamps and the narrow street become an anchor, a place where time feels slower and safer. The outside world fades, replaced by the quiet presence of light, shadow, and stone. The narrow street, lined with warm, glowing lamps, becomes not just a picture in the mind, but a state of being, one of calm safety and rest that holds the body gently as it prepares for deeper relaxation. Chapter 7. Picture the gentle smell of fresh bread drifting through the air. There are few experiences as comforting as noticing the warm and gentle smell of freshly baked bread drifting through the air, carrying with it a sense of ease, familiarity, and care. The scent is not heavy or overpowering. It is light, soft, and welcoming, moving slowly through the space as if it knows exactly where to settle. It arrives without effort, floating on the air until it meets the senses and quietly reminds the body that nourishment, warmth, and safety are present. It is not a sharp or sudden fragrance, but a gradual unfolding, spreading in layers that fill the room and calm the mind. At first, the scent is subtle, a quiet hint that something has just come from the oven. The air feels warmer near its source, and within that warmth comes the sweet, nutty note of grains turning golden under heat. Soon the fragrance grows fuller, carrying a balance of crisp crust and soft, tender inside. The longer it drifts, the more it fills every corner, not pressing but arriving with patience. The smell feels like an atmosphere rather than a single note, surrounding everything in calm reassurance. The body reacts instinctively to such a scent. Shoulders drop slightly, breath deepens, and the stomach recognizes comfort without hunger needing to speak. The mind associates the fragrance with safety, with simple care, with being provided for in a way that requires nothing in return. It is not only about food, it is about what food represents: shelter, warmth, and calm. This connection reaches deeply, bypassing thought, reminding the body of times it felt protected, welcome, and at home. Each layer of the scent brings its own detail. There is the slightly sweet tone of flour, toasted just enough to form a golden crust. There is the earthy depth of yeast that has worked quietly to raise the dough, leaving behind a fragrance that feels both ancient and fresh. There is even the faint trace of butter brushed lightly across the surface, melting into the cracks, giving the air a gentle richness. These layers are not separate but woven together, creating a harmony that the body cannot help but respond to with ease. The air feels thicker where the fragrance gathers, as though it carries the warmth of the oven itself. Standing within it, one can almost feel the heat still radiating from the freshly baked loaves. Even if only imagined, that warmth is not harsh, but steady and balanced, like a fire that has burned long enough to become calm embers. The fragrance rides on that warmth, drifting upward, spreading outward, filling space until it becomes part of the environment itself. The mind begins to notice how the scent interacts with the surroundings. Wooden shelves absorb a touch of it, holding on to the fragrance so that it lingers even after the bread is gone. The air near windows carries it slightly outward, allowing passers-by to catch a soft note that makes them pause. Fabric in the room, curtains, aprons, tablecloths, takes on the faintest trace of it, holding the memory of bread long after the oven has cooled. Everything becomes touched by this fragrance, and in return everything contributes to the calm it creates. The smell of bread also has rhythm, not in sound, but in sensation. It comes in waves, sometimes stronger, sometimes lighter. Depending on where one is in the room, these waves do not disturb, they flow gently. A steady cycle of fullness and fading, reminding the senses to relax with the same patience. There is comfort in knowing it will return, that the air is carrying it continuously, and that there is no need to hold on or chase after it. As the fragrance deepens, it brings with it a subtle sweetness, not sharp like sugar, but quiet and natural. It rests in the background of the smell, adding warmth without overwhelming. This sweetness blends seamlessly with the earthy tones of grain and yeast, creating a balance that feels complete. Breathing it in feels satisfying in itself, as though the body has received something nourishing just by noticing. The act of smelling becomes part of rest, a way of feeding the senses without movement or thought. The environment shaped by this smell feels fuller and more alive. A small bakery with loaves lined on wooden shelves becomes not just a place but an experience. Every part of it made richer by the fragrance of bread. The sound of rain outside becomes softer when met with the scent inside. The glow of lamps feels warmer, their light carrying the smell in the imagination. The room is transformed, not by what can be seen, but by what can be sensed in the air, by the invisible presence of comfort carried by fragrance. This smell also carries memory forward and backward in time. It may recall mornings when bread was first taken from an oven, or evenings when a family gathered around a table with slices passed gently from hand to hand. It may remind of childhood moments or travels or quiet afternoons in safe places. None of these memories need to be exact. The body only remembers the feeling, the calm reassurance that bread always brings. That reassurance is here now, living in the air, accessible without needing to move or search. The longer the smell lingers, the more it shapes thought itself. The mind slows, no longer rushing ahead or dwelling behind, because the present is enough. The simple act of breathing becomes more enjoyable, each inhale bringing with it another layer of comfort. Exhaling becomes easier, as though the body has released not only air, but also tension. Time seems to lose sharpness. Moments stretch, expand, and soften. The fragrance keeps everything steady, holding the senses in the present. In the background, there is a suggestion of movement. The baker arranging loaves, trays being set down, an oven cooling. But these are not distractions. They are part of the scene, part of the story the fragrance tells. It is a story of care, of attention, of patience given to something that will nourish. The smell is the final chapter of that story, reaching out to anyone nearby, sharing the result in the most gentle, quiet way possible. The effect on the body deepens. Muscles that may still have carried small traces of tension soften further, loosened by the steady comfort of the smell. The chest feels lighter with every breath, and the stomach finds a calm fullness even without food. The face smooths, the jaw eases, and the eyes close naturally, allowing the scent to take center stage in awareness. It becomes less about imagining and more about experiencing, as though the air itself has shifted into a softer state. The bread continues to drift its fragrance outward, as though it has no end. Even as loaves cool, the smell remains, clinging to the air, the walls, the fabric, everything it touches. It does not fade quickly. It lingers patiently, offering calm as long as it is needed. Its endurance becomes another form of reassurance, showing that comfort can last, that rest can remain. Eventually, the smell becomes so familiar that it is no longer noticed as something separate. It blends into the background, becoming part of the environment in the same way the sound of rain or the glow of lamps becomes part of the whole. It is not something to reach for anymore, it simply exists, constant and dependable. This blending allows the mind to let go fully, to stop holding even the act of noticing, and to rest deeper still. The gentle smell of fresh bread drifting through the air remains a reminder of care, of warmth, and of calm. It is both ordinary and extraordinary, both simple and complete. It asks nothing, demands nothing, and yet gives everything needed to create peace in this space. With this fragrance present, the body knows it is safe to release the day. The mind knows it is allowed to rest, and both move naturally towards stillness. The bread cools, the scent lingers, and the air remains filled with quiet comfort that guides everything into calm, ready for sleep. Chapter 8. Enter a cozy bakery with wooden shelves filled with pastries. Step inside and feel the instant shift from the cool, damp air of the street into the warm, welcoming comfort of a small bakery, where wooden shelves stretch across the walls and pastries rest neatly in their places. The door closes softly behind you, the sound of rain still faintly present outside, but softened now by the thick glass and sturdy wood of the entrance. The interior carries a glow that feels steady and inviting, created by low lights hanging above and the natural tones of wood that surround the room. The air is warmer here, holding a mixture of scents: baked bread, sweet sugar, a hint of cinnamon, and the faintest trace of butter melting into flaky layers. The wooden shelves have been polished over years of use, their surfaces smooth, edges rounded from countless hands that have reached for loaves and rolls. They stretch along the walls in tiers, holding baskets lined with clean cloths where the pastries rest. Some are round and golden, with a light dusting of powdered sugar. Others are folded with careful precision, showing delicate layers that rise and separate in thin, crisp sheets. The arrangement is not hurried or careless. Every basket, every tray, every roll has been placed with attention, creating a sense of quiet order that calms the eye. Each pastry carries its own story told through its shape and scent. Croissants curve with gentle arcs, their surfaces shining faintly where a glaze has caught the light. Small tarts sit in rows, their tops golden and smooth, some filled with fruit that glistens under the warm lamps. Rolls sprinkled with seeds give off a nutty fragrance, while buns with sugar crystals sparkle faintly, as though they were touched with frost. Nothing is excessive or loud. Each detail contributes to an atmosphere that is simple, grounded, and deeply soothing. The shelves themselves creak softly when a tray is placed upon them, a sound that blends easily with the hum of the oven at the back of the room. This quiet rhythm of work, the setting down of a tray, the brush of cloth against wood, the faint crackle of a loaf cooling, adds texture to the silence without disturbing it. These sounds remind you that the bakery is alive, cared for, tended by steady hands, that know their craft. The room is not just a space, but a place filled with life, softened into calmness by the rain outside. The wooden counter near the front carries more pastries displayed beneath a glass cover. Their shapes are close, their colors varied shades of golden brown, some darker at the edges where they baked a little longer. The glass fogs slightly at the corners from the warmth within, creating a gentle blur that makes the pastries look even more inviting. A cloth rests neatly folded nearby, ready to handle warm loaves or polish the glass. The simplicity of these small details brings a sense of care, as though every part of the bakery has been arranged to give comfort without needing to say so. The floor beneath is made of worn planks, polished smooth by years of footsteps. They creak gently as you move, each sound light and unthreatening, more like a quiet companion than a disturbance. The scent grows stronger with each step, surrounding you with warmth and sweetness. It mixes naturally with the wooden tones of the shelves, the faint aroma of flour lingering in the air, and the trace of steam that still escapes from the oven in the back. This combination creates an environment that is both grounding and restful. The light inside the bakery is gentle, never harsh, falling softly across the shelves and counters. It reflects faintly on the pastries, highlighting their shapes and edges. Shadows settle quietly in the corners, not dark or heavy, but simply present, balancing the warm glow. The light seems to slow time itself, making each detail easier to notice, encouraging the mind to pause. Even the air particles, faintly visible in the glow, move with a slowness that matches the calm of the space. The pastries are more than food. They are part of the atmosphere. Each one contributes to the sense of abundance and care that fills the room. Seeing them lined neatly on wooden shelves reassures the mind, much like seeing firewood stacked for winter, or books arranged on a familiar shelf. The sight itself brings peace, showing order and readiness, a promise that nothing is lacking here. This sense of completeness allows the body to release tension it may have carried from outside. The warmth of the bakery reaches into the body gradually, spreading from the air to the skin, then deeper into the muscles. Shoulders feel lighter, hands rest without effort, and the face smooths into ease. Standing among the shelves feels like being held, as though the room itself provides comfort simply by existing. The rain outside becomes background, distant and softened, its rhythm complementing the stillness within. Together they create a harmony of contrasts. Cool rain against warm air, damp streets against dry wood, gray sky against golden lamps. In the back, trays are stacked neatly, and the oven hums quietly, its door occasionally opening to reveal a soft burst of heat. The shelves nearest hold loaves cooling on wire racks, their crusts faintly cracking as the air around them cools their surfaces. This sound is delicate and soothing, almost like whispers. The loaves send out fresh waves of fragrance, richer and deeper than the lighter scent of pastries. And together they blend into one complete aroma that feels whole and grounding. The baskets on the shelves are lined with cloths, some folded carefully over the tops of the pastries to keep them warm. The cloths are simple, cotton or linen, with faint patterns of checks or stripes. Their presence softens the look of the shelves. Adding a touch of homeliness, they absorb the warmth of the pastries and release it slowly, creating a subtle heat that lingers near the shelves. Even without touching them, the sight of these cloth-lined baskets adds to the comfort of the scene. The air is not still, but carries small movements. Tiny drafts from the door, faint warmth rising from the oven, the soft shifting of steam near trays. These movements keep the environment alive, but never restless. They give the impression of a space breathing, inhaling and exhaling, gently with the rhythm of baking. This natural motion makes the bakery feel more intimate, more like a living presence than just a room. Every detail in this space works together to create calm. The wooden shelves, the golden pastries, the warm air, the faint sounds, all are parts of a single whole. None compete for attention. Each supports the others in creating balance. The result is an atmosphere that holds the mind steady, encourages the body to soften, and gently guides awareness into rest. Time feels slower here, stretched out like a soft fabric, unhurried and safe. Standing within the bakery, surrounded by the shelves and their offerings, the mind drifts naturally into stillness. The outside world fades. The sound of rain becomes faint, and the glow of the lamps, the smell of sugar and bread, and the sight of pastries lined neatly on wood become the only reality needed. It is not only a place of food, but a place of quiet abundance, where the senses are nourished simply by noticing. The bakery holds you in its warmth, and within its shelves and air, the body and mind settle into calm, prepared for deeper rest. Chapter 9. Notice the steady sound of rain blending with the quiet shop. There is a rare kind of peace that arises when the outside world and the inside space move together in harmony. And now the senses can settle into the steady sound of rain blending with the quiet shop. The rain has been falling for some time, its rhythm unbroken, its tone calm and low. It taps against the windows with soft consistency. Not loud enough to distract, but clear enough to be heard. Some drops strike firmly and roll downward, leaving thin trails, while others gather into small streams that trickle along the glass. Outside sound enters the shop, not as an intrusion but as part of the atmosphere, steady and reassuring, like a constant presence reminding you that nature is continuing its rhythm beyond these walls. Inside the shop, the air holds its own stillness. The faint hum of the oven at the back provides a steady undertone, a quiet vibration that feels almost like breathing. Wooden shelves sit in silence, their weight solid and unchanging. The counter rests undisturbed, holding its trays and baskets without motion. Paper bags, neatly folded and stacked, carry a faint whisper of sound if the breeze stirs them, but otherwise they remain quiet companions to the space. This quiet does not feel empty. It feels whole, like a pause that has found its natural shape. Together, The sound of the rain outside and the calm inside form a balance. The tapping of drops against glass and roof meets the soft hush of the bakery, and the two become one continuous environment. The rain adds rhythm. The shop adds stillness. One is movement. The other is rest. Combined, they create an atmosphere where everything feels slow, steady, and deeply supportive of relaxation. The body recognizes this harmony, responding with a deeper breath, a slower heartbeat, and a softening of muscles that no longer feel the need to hold tension. The rain itself shifts in tone, depending on where it lands. On the roof, it creates a muffled, steady drumming that carries downward into the room. Against the windows, the sound is lighter, more delicate, a quiet tapping that creates variety in the rhythm. Along the gutters, the drops collect into streams that trickle steadily, their sound smoother and more flowing. This variety keeps the rain alive, never mechanical, always organic, and yet always soothing. Each sound blends into the next, none louder than the other, each part contributing to the whole. The shop responds to this soundscape by holding its silence more fully. The wooden floor creaks only faintly when weight shifts, but otherwise it rests in calm. The shelves, lined with loaves and pastries, contribute nothing but the scent of bread and the soft visual comfort of abundance. The oven continues to release its warmth without complaint, its hue unchanging, like a background note that grounds the space. The air itself feels quiet, thick with fragrance and warmth, carrying no sharpness or disturbance. The blend of rain and quiet makes time feel different here. Minutes do not rush. They stretch out, spacious and generous. The rain provides a sense of continuity, marking time without urgency, while the stillness of the shop removes any need to measure. This combination allows the mind to rest in the present, to notice each inhale and exhale without thought of what comes next. The body responds by settling further, by trusting the moment to be enough. The sound of rain against glass carries a cooling presence, while the shop holds warmth from the oven and lamps. The two elements balance each other perfectly, one cooling, one warming, together creating an environment where comfort is complete. The ears hear the rain, the skin feels the heat, and the mind blends both into a single state of calm. The contrasts do not clash. They harmonize, creating something deeper than either alone. When the rain intensifies for a moment, the sound becomes fuller, like a gentle applause against the surfaces outside. Yet even in its fullness, it never disturbs. The shop absorbs this increase in tone with its calm, and the balance remains. When the rain softens again, almost fading to a mist, the shop holds steady, carrying the atmosphere so that nothing is lost. This back and forth creates a rhythm that reassures. Whatever changes outside, the calm inside continues. The sound of rain also connects the shop to the world beyond its walls. Though enclosed and safe inside, there is still awareness that life continues outside. streets glistening, leaves bending, roofs shining with wetness. The rain brings these distant details closer, not in sight, but in sound. It is as if the shop breathes with the town, listening to the same rhythm, part of the same environment. This connection deepens the sense of belonging, of being in the right place, at the right time. Every drop of rain that lands outside echoes faintly inside, blending with the silence of the shelves, the warmth of the oven, and the stillness of the air. The result is not noise but music, slow and gentle, designed to guide the body toward rest. The rhythm does not demand focus. It allows attention to drift, to wander without pressure. It is steady enough to anchor, soft enough to release. This harmony of rain and shop quietness becomes more than atmosphere. It becomes an experience of balance. The outside world continues its natural rhythm, and the inside world responds with calm. Together they create a sanctuary, a space where every sense is supported, where nothing is sharp or rushed. Breathing becomes deeper, muscles soften more completely, and the mind finds it easier to let go of restless thought. As the sound continues, the details of the shop grow softer. The shelves blur into the background. The glow of the lamps becomes less distinct, and the shapes of loaves and pastries fade from sharpness into impression. The sound of the rain takes precedence, its rhythm filling awareness, its constancy holding the mind steady. The shop no longer feels like a place to observe, but like an extension of the body's calm. The rain outside is not separate, but part of the same stillness that now fills the self. The body rests heavier in this environment. Shoulders relax further. The face smooths completely, and the limbs grow weighty and still. The rain's rhythm encourages the breath to follow, to slow, to deepen. The silence of the shop gives space for this rhythm to resonate. Together they form a cocoon of calm, a place where nothing needs to happen, where everything is already complete. The rain continues, steady, reliable, and the shop holds its silence, warm and welcoming. Their blend becomes the only reality needed, a seamless harmony of sound and stillness. The body knows it is safe. The mind knows it is free to rest, and the heart knows it is held in peace. The longer this blend continues, the deeper the calm grows, until rest is no longer something sought, but something already present, filling every breath, every thought, every moment. The steady sound of rain blending with the quiet shop becomes a reminder of balance, outside and inside, movement and stillness, sound and silence. Together they create the perfect space for rest, the perfect atmosphere for letting go, the perfect moment to ease fully into sleep. And as the rain continues its rhythm and the shop holds its calm, the body drifts deeper into stillness, carried effortlessly toward the peace of the night. Chapter 10. Describe the baker calmly arranging loaves on the wooden counter. There is a special kind of calm in watching work done with quiet care. And now the mind is guided to picture the baker slowly arranging loaves on the wooden counter. The scene unfolds gently. The sound of rain outside soft but steady. The shop filled with warmth. And at the center, the baker moving with unhurried precision. Each loaf has been baked to a golden shade. The crust firm yet delicate. And as the tray is set down, the bread releases a faint crackle as it cools. The baker does not rush, does not force the motion. Instead, the hands lift one loaf at a time, placing it neatly on the smooth wood, aligning them with a rhythm that feels natural, balanced, and steady. The counter itself holds the marks of time, its surface smoothed from years of use. Every small indentation tells a story of countless loaves, placed in the same way. Now, as the baker sets each piece down, there is respect in the movement, as though honoring the work of the day. The loaves are arranged not only to be ready for others, but to create a sense of order that is visually soothing. One by one they line up, their warm crusts releasing fragrance into the air, adding to the atmosphere that already carries the scent of fresh bread, sugar, and warmth from the oven. The baker's clothing is simple. An apron tied carefully around the waist, sleeves rolled to the forearms, fabric carrying faint traces of flour from the day's work. The hands move steadily, palms firm but gentle, guiding the bread with care rather than force. There is no wasted motion, no sign of hurry. Each placement seems to have purpose, as though every loaf belongs exactly where it is set. The repetition creates a kind of rhythm, not loud, not fast, but steady, almost meditative. Watching this process invites the body to mirror it, slowing down, relaxing, following the calm order of each gesture. The loaves themselves vary slightly, each one unique but sharing the same golden glow. Some are round, with soft dustings of flour still clinging to their tops. Others are longer, their crusts slashed before baking, now showing delicate patterns where the dough expanded. A few are smaller, rolls lined together in rows, their surfaces shining faintly as though touched by light. The arrangement of shapes adds texture to the counter, but the baker places them with balance, ensuring that the whole picture looks complete. The counter becomes more than a workspace. It becomes a display of care, a quiet expression of craft. The sound in the shop is hushed, but the small noises of this work add depth. The soft thud of each loaf meeting the wood is steady and soothing, carrying a muffled warmth. Occasionally, the baker shifts a basket or folds a cloth, and the faint rustle blends seamlessly with the backdrop of rain against the window. These sounds do not break silence. They enrich it, like gentle notes added to an already calming melody. The body responds to these small, predictable noises by loosening further, assured that everything is steady and safe. The baker pauses now and then, stepping back slightly to look at the arrangement. The pause is not about correction, but about appreciation. A quiet acknowledgement of the work done with patience. Then the hands move again, adjusting slightly, smoothing the cloth under a basket, turning a loaf so that its crust faces outward. Every detail is tended to without rush, and the result is order without stiffness, neatness without pressure. The process is both practical and beautiful. Simple actions carried out with quiet grace. The light from the lamps above touches the loaves gently, catching their edges and highlighting the texture of the crusts. Some areas glisten faintly, where the bread is still cooling, while others look matte and soft. The wooden counter reflects this light with its own warm tones, creating a harmony between bread, wood, and glow. The sight is easy on the eyes, inviting rest rather than demand. It is not a display meant to impress, but a display meant to comfort. And in that comfort lies its strength. The warmth of the oven still lingers in the air, mixing with the cooler edges of the room. As the baker moves, this warmth follows, wrapping around the counter and making the space feel alive. Each loaf radiates its own heat for a short while, contributing to the gentle atmosphere of abundance. Standing near, the body feels this balance of temperature, noticing the pleasant weight of warmth against the skin. It is neither too hot nor too cold, but exactly what creates ease. The baker's movements are steady, almost like a slow dance with the bread. Each step is deliberate, each placement precise, each adjustment calm. The rhythm builds not in speed, but in consistency, creating a steady pulse that guides the room. This steadiness mirrors the rain outside, both offering constancy, both encouraging the body to surrender to stillness. The two rhythms, the patter of rain and the arranging of loaves, blend into one experience, surrounding the senses in balance. The counter gradually fills with bread, and as it does, the sight becomes more satisfying. Rows form, spaces close, and the whole looks abundant, yet peaceful. There is no excess, no clutter, just enough to feel full and cared for. The body responds to this fullness with a sense of being provided for, of having enough, of being safe in the presence of abundance. The loaves are not just food. They are symbols of patience, effort, and calm completion. Occasionally, the baker wipes a few crumbs from the counter with a cloth, folding them into the palm before setting them aside. Even this small act is done slowly, without hurry, adding to the sense that nothing in this space is rushed. Every gesture has its place. Every movement contributes to calm. The shop breathes with this rhythm, and the body mirrors it unconsciously. Breath slowing, muscles loosening, eyes softening. The longer the arrangement continues, the deeper the calm grows. Watching the loaves line up one by one is like watching time itself stretch and soften. The outside world loses sharpness. The rain becomes background, and only this process remains in focus. The baker's presence, steady and unshaken, adds a layer of reassurance. The room feels like it will remain safe as long as this work continues, and perhaps even after. When the counter is filled and the baker rests, the final placements are made with the same care as the first. There is no rush to finish, no decline in attention. The last loaf is set down as calmly as the first, completing the picture. The counter now holds its quiet display, golden shapes resting in perfect order, filling the shop with fragrance and warmth. The baker steps back once more, observing without pride or pressure, only a quiet satisfaction that the work is whole. In this image, the body feels what the mind sees. Order brings peace. Patience creates calm. And the simple act of arranging loaves becomes a mirror for stillness. The rain continues outside. The oven hums softly, and the shop holds its silence. The baker's work is complete, yet its calm lingers, filling the room and filling the body. Every loaf on the wooden counter is a reminder that rest can be found in the simplest of actions, in the quietest of moments, in the balance of sound, light and care. And as this picture rests in the mind, the body drifts deeper into ease, ready to let go fully into the calm of the night. Chapter 11. Imagine the gentle warmth of the oven spreading through the room. There is a comfort that enters the body not through words, but through sensation. And now the mind is guided to imagine the gentle warmth of the oven, spreading slowly, evenly, and completely through the room. At first it is only a faint glow, radiating quietly from its source, subtle enough to be noticed only when compared to the cooler air near the door. The heat is not fierce or overwhelming. It is calm, balanced, and steady, as though the oven itself understands that its purpose is not only to bake, but to create comfort. The warmth moves outward in soft waves, invisible but deeply felt, reaching into every corner of the space without force. The air around the oven holds the richest concentration of this warmth, carrying with it the fragrance of bread and pastries still baking inside. The scent travels with the heat, as though both belong together, and the two combine to create an atmosphere of nourishment and peace. The closer one stands, the more the skin senses the subtle pulse of heat, like a quiet hand held near the body. It does not scorch or press. It rests against the skin gently, easing tension from muscles without asking for anything in return. As the warmth spreads, it finds its way into every surface. The wooden counter grows faintly warmer to the touch, absorbing the heat until it feels alive with it. Shelves lined with baskets carry a subtle softness from the air, their cloth coverings warmed just enough to keep the loaves resting comfortably. Even the glass of the display case holds a trace of the oven's glow, fogging slightly at the edges before clearing again. This spread is unhurried, patient, and complete, a steady process that fills the space without rush. The warmth also changes the rhythm of the room, where the rain outside carries coolness and dampness. Inside the oven balances it with its gentle presence. The two are not opposed, but complementary. The cool tones of the rain sharpen the contrast, making the warmth feel even more comforting. Together they create harmony, one softening the edges of the other, both combining to shape a balanced environment that holds the body in safety. As the warmth fills the air, it begins to sink deeper, reaching the body's core. The skin relaxes, the muscles loosen, and the chest opens slightly as breathing deepens in response. Inhaling brings with it not only the fragrance of baking bread, but also the sensation of heat, moving inward, soothing from within. Exhaling releases any leftover strain, leaving behind only stillness. The body recognizes this instinctively, responding with small shifts, shoulders dropping, hands unclenching, the jaw easing into softness. The warmth does not demand these changes. It invites them, and the body accepts. The oven's heat carries steadiness, and that steadiness reassures the mind. It does not flicker. It does not fade. It does not surge. It simply remains. Dependable and calm, like an anchor holding the space together. This reliability allows the mind to stop waiting for change, to stop anticipating, and to rest fully in the moment. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to defend against, only this continuous presence of warmth, holding everything in balance. The floor feels it too, carrying faint traces of heat through its wooden planks. Walking across it, even in imagination, brings awareness of the difference. Slightly cooler near the edges, slightly warmer near the counter, where the oven breathes most strongly. The chairs, the shelves, the very air, all hold this subtle gradient, reminding the senses of how the warmth has spread. There are no sharp transitions. Every shift is smooth, gradual, and seamless. As the room continues to fill with warmth, the silence deepens. Sounds that remain: the quiet hum of the oven, the distant patter of rain outside, the faint crackle of cooling crusts, become softened, absorbed by the gentle heat. The warmth makes the air thicker in a way that muffles sound, making everything feel closer, more intimate, more secure. It is as though the oven does not only heat, but also quiets, soothing not just the body, but the entire space. The baker moves within this warmth, and even those movements seem calmer because of it. Each step is cushioned, each gesture softened by the heat surrounding the body. The apron rests lighter against the frame. The breath rises slower in the chest, and even the smallest tasks feel touched by ease. The warmth gives rhythm to the work, setting a pace that is steady, patient, and without urgency. Watching these movements adds to the calm, showing how the oven's glow shapes not only the air, but the flow of life inside the shop. The warmth creates layers within the space. Closest to the oven, it is full and direct, like standing near the heart of a fire. A little farther away, it becomes softer, spread evenly through the air. In the corners, it lingers faintly, just enough to take away the chill without losing its gentle presence. These layers are balanced, ensuring that no part of the room feels left out, and no part feels overwhelmed. The body senses these gradients naturally, leaning toward the heart of warmth, while also resting in the balance of its edges. The light of the lamps above seems warmer too, as though the air itself glows more richly because of the oven's presence. Shadows are softened, blurred by the density of the warmth, and the room feels rounder, smoother, easier to rest within. Even the rain outside appears gentler, when seen through windows that carry faint traces of warmth on their inner glass. The whole environment is transformed, not by force, but by the oven's steady radiance. The longer the warmth remains, the more it becomes part of the body. Skin no longer registers it as external, but as internal. A softness that now lives beneath the surface. Muscles, joints, and bones feel eased by it, as though the body has been wrapped in an invisible blanket. Breathing is no longer just air moving. It feels like drawing in comfort itself. With each inhale, the warmth is taken deeper, and with each exhale, tension leaves more completely. The warmth carries memory too. It may remind of evenings when food baked slowly, of mornings when ovens were first lit, of safe spaces where heat signaled safety and care. These memories are not sharp images, but gentle feelings, a background sense of being tended to, of being provided for. The mind associates this warmth with security, and that association deepens relaxation. It is not only about the present heat, but about all the calm moments it recalls. Eventually, the warmth spreads so fully that it is no longer noticed as something separate. It becomes the natural state of the room, invisible but everywhere. The body no longer thinks of it as warmth, but simply feels its effects: loosened muscles, softened breath, calmed mind. The air no longer feels like something to measure. It is simply perfect in its balance. The oven continues to glow, but its presence is no longer at the forefront. It has become the background of peace itself. The rain still falls outside, steady and soft, and the two, the oven's warmth and the rain's coolness, create the perfect harmony. One offers shelter, the other provides rhythm, and together they weave an environment that asks nothing but allows everything. This is the space where rest becomes natural, where letting go is effortless, where peace is not created, but revealed. In this imagined bakery, with the oven spreading its gentle warmth through the room, the body has everything it needs to soften completely. The air is kind, the light is warm, the sound is steady, and the heat is balanced. The baker works quietly, the loaves rest calmly, the shelves hold abundance, and the entire room breathes with tranquility. This warmth carries not only comfort, but assurance, the simple promise that here, now, all is safe, all is steady, and all is well. Chapter 12. Notice the soft crunch of sugar sprinkled over golden buns. There is a simple joy in small details. And now the mind can settle on the soft crunch of sugar sprinkled over golden buns. A sound and feeling that carries with it comfort, sweetness, and calm. The buns are warm from the oven, their crusts tender yet firm, each one carrying a soft golden glow under the gentle light of the shop. When the sugar is scattered across their tops, the grains fall in a quiet shower, some landing with a faint tap, others resting lightly until they dissolve into the surface. The air holds still as the sound reaches the ear, not sharp, not loud, but delicate and steady, like a whisper of texture against warmth. The sugar glistens faintly as it touches the buns, crystals catching the light. Small sparks of white against the golden brown. The contrast is gentle, never harsh. A perfect balance between the smooth baked surface and the rough texture of the sprinkled topping. Some grains remain whole, ready to give that tiny crunch when bitten, while others begin to melt just slightly, fusing into the crust and adding a quiet sheen. This mixture of textures adds depth to the scene, a richness that can be felt even without taste. The sound of sugar meeting bread carries its own rhythm. Each sprinkle brings a faint patter, irregular yet soft, scattering across the buns like rain on a quiet roof. It is not constant, but comes in short bursts, followed by silence, then another light shower. This pattern soothes the ear. Its unpredictability, gentle rather than startling, reminding the listener of natural rhythms that bring comfort. It is a sound that feels alive, simple and full of ease. The warmth of the buns makes the sugar even more inviting. The heat rising from their golden tops softens the crystals where they land, creating tiny patches of shine that catch the eye. The smell is richer now. Not only the scent of baked dough, but also the faint sweetness carried by the sugar. Together, they form a fragrance that is grounding, yet light, filling the space with reassurance. Breathing it in feels effortless. Each inhale, carrying a quiet satisfaction. Each exhale, leaving the body more at ease. The baker's hand moves with care, scattering the sugar evenly, but without strictness. The gesture is fluid, steady, and calm, allowing the crystals to fall naturally across the buns. The cloth of the sleeve brushes faintly as the hand moves, adding another soft layer of sound to the moment. Nothing is hurried, nothing forced. The action is as much about care as it is about finishing the pastries. Watching this motion slows the mind, inviting it to follow the rhythm of sprinkling and pausing, of sugar falling and settling. Each bun holds its own character. Some rise higher, with rounded tops that catch more sugar. Others are flatter, their surfaces holding a thinner layer of crystals. The sugar highlights these shapes, making every one unique while still part of the whole display. The sight of rows of golden buns, touched lightly with white sparkles, creates a feeling of abundance. It is not an excess, but a fullness that reassures. Enough to satisfy, enough to share, enough to remind the mind that there is comfort here in plenty. The sound of the sugar crunching beneath the baker's hand, as it falls from the spoon or fingers, adds another layer to the calm. The tiny grains collide softly with each other before reaching the buns. A faint rustle that barely rises above the silence of the shop. This rustle is delicate, so light that it asks the ear to lean closer, to notice more carefully, slowing thought and sharpening awareness in a way that feels gentle and calming. As the sugar settles, the buns look more alive, their surfaces brightened by the faint shimmer. Light bounces from crystal to crystal, making them sparkle briefly before fading into the soft glow of the shop. The wooden counter beneath them, absorbs the warmth from the buns and holds it, adding to the feeling that everything in this space is touched by care. The sugar does not dominate, but enhances, adding a final detail that makes the scene complete. The sound fades as the last crystals are sprinkled, leaving behind only the steady hum of the oven and the faint patter of rain outside. The contrast makes the memory of the sugar's crunch linger longer, as though the ears continue to hear it even in its absence. This lingering effect deepens the sense of calm, reminding the body that even small details can create lasting peace. The air is filled now with the combined comfort of warmth, sweetness, and stillness. Breathing becomes easier in this environment. Slower and more even, the body feels heavier in the best way, as though it has found the perfect balance between presence and rest. The mind no longer needs to hold on to the day, no longer needs to plan ahead. It simply rests in the gentle imagery of sugar, buns, and the quiet care of the baker's hands. The sugar itself carries memory and association. It recalls mornings when pastries were shared, afternoons when a sweet treat softened the day, evenings when simple pleasures brought connection. These memories may not arrive clearly, but their feeling is enough. The sense of being cared for, of receiving something small but meaningful. That feeling is alive here, held in the air, strengthening the calm that grows deeper with each passing moment. The process of sprinkling sugar over buns is small, yet its effect is profound. It transforms plain bread into something more, not only in taste, but in experience. In the same way, this moment transforms the atmosphere of the bakery, adding a layer of beauty that can be seen, smelled, and even heard. The crunch of sugar, the shimmer of crystals, the warmth of buns, all combine to create an environment of completeness. Nothing feels missing. Nothing feels rushed. Nothing asks for more than simple presence. The body responds to this sense of completeness. Muscles soften further, breath finds its slow rhythm, and the mind grows quieter still. The small sound of sugar has become a guide into deeper calm, reminding the senses that peace does not come from grand gestures, but from the quiet noticing of details. In this way, the act of sprinkling sugar becomes a meditation in itself, steady, patient, and soothing. Even as the baker steps back, leaving the buns to rest on the counter, the sense of calm remains. The sugar glimmers faintly, the air holds its sweetness, and the shop feels whole. The rain continues outside, steady and soft, blending into the silence of the room. The counter glows under the warm light, and the rows of buns stand as symbols of care, of patience, of quiet abundance. The image lingers, not only in the eye, but in the body. The soft crunch of sugar sprinkled over golden buns becomes more than a detail. It becomes a state of mind, a reminder that calm can be found in noticing, that rest can be created in the smallest of sounds, that peace is present in the ordinary when seen with attention. The scene remains steady, golden, and sweet, guiding the body further into stillness, preparing it for deeper rest. and allowing the mind to drift gently toward the quiet of sleep. Chapter 13. Picture the baker offering you tea with honey and milk. There is a comfort in being cared for with something warm. And now the mind can picture the baker offering a cup of tea prepared with honey and milk. A small gesture that carries deep calm. The scene unfolds slowly. The bakery is filled with the quiet rhythm of rain outside, the steady glow of lamps within, and the faint hum of cooling loaves resting on the counter. Amid this gentle atmosphere, the baker moves with unhurried hands, setting out a cup that waits to be filled. The porcelain is plain, perhaps with a faint pattern along its rim, but its shape feels steady and familiar. The sound of liquid pouring into it is low and soft, the stream of tea releasing faint steam that drifts upward into the golden air. The scent arrives first, rising gently from the cup. It is not sharp, but smooth, earthy, and comforting, carrying the faint bitterness of tea leaves that have steeped just enough to give the drink body. Without heaviness, the baker adds a spoonful of honey, and the sweet note blends instantly, deepening the fragrance into something round and complete. Then the milk is poured in, and the color shifts before your eyes. Dark tones lightening into a soft beige that matches the warmth of the room. The swirl of milk moving through the tea creates shapes that fade as quickly as they appear, leaving behind a cup that looks both simple and inviting. The spoon stirs gently, producing a faint clink against the sides of the cup. The sound is steady, delicate, and soothing in its rhythm. The honey dissolves fully, leaving no sharpness, only a balanced sweetness that blends seamlessly into the tea. The stirring slows, then stops, and the spoon is set aside quietly, adding to the feeling that nothing in this space is rushed. The baker lifts the cup with care, walking with steady steps across the wooden floor, and offers it with both warmth and calm. The motion is unhurried, the gesture simple, but the meaning is full. A moment of kindness made tangible. The cup feels warm in the hands, not hot enough to sting, but steady enough to spread comfort to the palms. The heat radiates outward, moving from the hands into the arms, and eventually into the chest as the body responds to the simple pleasure of holding something warm. The surface of the cup is smooth, a texture that reassures the skin, grounding awareness in the present moment. The rising steam brushes softly against the face, carrying with it the scent of honeyed tea, a fragrance that invites calm with every breath. Taking the first sip is like allowing the body to be filled with gentleness. The liquid is warm, but not overwhelming. Sliding across the tongue with smoothness, the taste is balanced. The natural depth of the tea softened by milk. The sweetness of honey rounding every edge, until there is nothing harsh left. Each swallow brings warmth down into the chest and belly, a heat that spreads slowly, loosening any remaining tension. The flavor lingers briefly, not demanding, but resting quietly on the senses. The baker's presence remains nearby, steady and reassuring. There is no need for words. The gesture itself has said enough. This is not a grand offering, but a quiet act of care. One that reminds the body of safety and belonging. The tea is not just a drink, but an extension of the calm that fills the shop. Its warmth mirrors the oven. Its sweetness mirrors the pastries. Its presence mirrors the quiet rain. All parts of the room feel connected, working together to create a complete experience of rest. The steam continues to rise, fading into the air like a slow breath. Watching it can be enough. The curls and wisps moving upward, disappearing into the soft glow of the lamps. There is nothing hurried in its movement, nothing forced. It drifts, changes shape, and vanishes in its own time, just as thoughts do. When the mind relaxes, the sight is simple, yet it calms the eyes, easing them into softness. The tea in the cup becomes not only a drink, but a quiet meditation, something to notice, something to be with. Each sip deepens the calm. The body warms from within. The chest expands with ease. The stomach feels comforted, and the throat is soothed by the smoothness of the liquid. Breathing grows slower between sips, as though the tea itself has become part of the rhythm of the body. The mind settles further, content to linger on the warmth, the taste, the scent. Nothing else is required. Nothing else is pressing. The world outside remains. But here in this space, in this moment, only calm exists. The honey leaves a subtle sweetness at the edges of the lips, a reminder of the care that went into the drink. The milk leaves a smoothness on the tongue, removing all sharpness, leaving only balance. The tea leaves provide depth, a grounding earthiness that ties the experience to something solid. These layers work together, each one quiet, none competing, creating a harmony that feels whole. This harmony mirrors the atmosphere of the bakery, where every detail contributes to calm without drawing attention to itself. The hands grow warmer as the cup continues to rest between them. The heat is steady, not fading too quickly, offering the body a sense of security. The fingers curl naturally around it, feeling its gentle weight. It feels like an anchor, something simple to hold, that grounds awareness in the present. The body understands this anchor and responds with release. Shoulders soften further. The spine rests more easily. The face smooths into stillness. The rain outside adds its own layer to the experience. Its rhythm continues against the windows, soft and steady, blending perfectly with the silence of the shop and the warmth of the tea. The contrast between the cool world outside and the warm cup in the hands deepens the sense of comfort. It reminds the body of the safety of shelter, of the gift of being inside, protected, surrounded by warmth and calm. Each sip becomes not only nourishment, but also reassurance, a reminder that all is well. The tea cools gradually, but even as its heat softens, its comfort remains. The flavor deepens as it lingers, the honey blending fully, the milk creating smoothness. Until the last drop, the final sips carry as much calm as the first, leaving behind a warmth that stays in the chest long after the cup is empty. Setting the cup down on the counter produces a soft sound, a closing note to the experience, gentle and unhurried. Even after the tea is finished, the feeling continues. The body remains warm, the mind remains calm, and the senses hold on to the memory of the steam, the taste, the weight of the cup. The baker's simple gesture has transformed the moment into something complete, something whole. The tea has become more than a drink. It has become part of the calm that fills the room, part of the rest that fills the body. The image of the baker offering tea with honey and milk lingers, not as a picture to hold on to, but as a state of being. It represents care, warmth, and balance, elements that have now entered the body fully. The shop remains quiet. The rain continues its rhythm. The shelves hold their golden loaves. And within this scene, the warmth of tea stays present. The body has softened. The mind has settled. And rest has become not a possibility, but a reality. This is the power of simple care, of warm tea, of a moment shared in stillness, carrying everything needed for peace. Chapter 14. Describe the steam rising slowly from the cup in your hands. There is a quiet beauty in the smallest details. And now, the mind can rest on the image of steam, rising slowly from the cup held gently in your hands. The warmth of the drink moves outward, and the thin stream of vapor drifts upward in soft spirals. It does not rush. It does not force. It simply moves at its own pace, curling and twisting into the air before fading into the calm atmosphere of the room. Watching this subtle movement invites the body to slow down even more, to notice without effort, to follow the motion of the steam as though it were guiding the breath itself. The cup feels steady and warm in your hands, its surface smooth beneath your fingers, grounding you in the moment. The heat radiates into the palms, spreading through the skin into the arms, while the steam carries the drink's fragrance upward. Each wisp holds the sweetness of honey, the depth of tea leaves, and the creamy softness of milk, blending into an aroma that rests lightly in the air. The scent is never heavy. It is gentle, drifting with the steam so that each inhale carries a touch of comfort deeper into the body. The way the steam moves is always changing. For a moment it rises straight, thin, and almost invisible. Then it curls sideways, pulled by the faintest movement of air, creating soft waves that bend and stretch, sometimes two streams part, and join again, weaving shapes that vanish before the eye can fully catch them. This impermanence is calming, reminding the mind that nothing needs to be held, nothing needs to stay the same. Watching the steam is enough. Even as it disappears, light from the lamps above touches the vapor, catching its edges and making the curls visible. In some places, the steam looks almost white. In others, it fades into transparency, blending seamlessly with the air. It has no weight, no sound. Yet it fills the space with a presence that feels alive. The faint shimmer adds to the warmth of the room, softening the glow that already rests on the shelves, the counter and the golden loaves nearby. Every part of the bakery feels touched by this subtle detail, as though the rising steam is stitching the whole scene together with invisible threads. Holding the cup closer allows the steam to brush against the skin of your face. It is light and fleeting, cool as it disperses, yet carrying the reminder of heat below. The sensation is tender, like a soft breath against the cheeks, lasting only an instant before it drifts away. Each touch is replaced by another, so that the rhythm feels continuous. A gentle cycle of warmth, reaching outward and fading into nothingness. The skin relaxes under this touch, the eyes soften, and the body settles further into calm. The steam rises higher until it blends into the still air above the cup, where it disappears completely. That moment of fading is soothing to observe. It shows how even the smallest presence has a natural end, and that end brings no disruption. The fading feels natural, expected, even welcome. The body responds to this ease, letting go of any tension that still lingers, releasing it as naturally as steam releases from the surface of the drink. Breathing in through the nose draws the steam's fragrance deeper, filling the chest with its quiet sweetness. Breathing out allows the warmth of the body to meet the warmth of the air, joining the rhythm of the room. Each inhale feels smoother, each exhale softer, as though the breath itself has begun to match the pace of the steam. The connection between body and air becomes more complete, and relaxation deepens with every cycle. The steam creates patterns that never repeat. One curl bends to the right, another spirals upward, another splits and dissolves in two directions at once. Each is unique. Each exists only once. Each disappears as quickly as it arrives. This variety soothes the eyes and steadies the mind, reminding awareness that beauty does not require permanence. The fleeting shapes are enough, and in their passing, peace is found. The soundscape around the steam makes it feel even more present. The rain outside continues its rhythm, steady and soft, while the oven hums faintly at the back of the shop. Against these layers, the silence of the steam is noticeable. It has no sound of its own, yet the absence creates space, making the other sounds more gentle. It is as though the vapor balances everything else, giving room for each detail to exist in harmony. The warmth from the cup continues to rise, and with it the steam shifts, creating a cycle that feels endless. Even as the drink cools slowly, the vapor still drifts upward, softer now, but no less calming. This gradual change mirrors the body's own journey into rest. Slow, steady, natural. The process requires nothing, demands nothing, but happens on its own, carrying the body gently into deeper stillness. The baker's quiet movements in the background do not disturb the moment. They blend with the steam's softness, adding a sense of life without breaking the calm. The faint rustle of cloth, the quiet touch of a tray on wood, the soft shifting of steps on the floor, all seem to move at the same pace as the steam, unhurried and steady. The whole room feels aligned, every detail connected through rhythm and calm. The steam also creates a sense of intimacy. It belongs only to the cup in your hands, only to this moment, only to the warmth you hold close. This closeness deepens the feeling of safety, reminding you that the comfort here is personal and immediate. The rising vapor is like a private signal, a gentle reminder that you are surrounded by warmth, by stillness, by care. That reminder is enough to let go even more, to sink further into the ease of the scene. As the steam continues to rise and fade, the mind drifts with it. Thoughts become lighter, less fixed, moving as easily as the vapor itself. Each idea curls upward, changes shape, and vanishes into stillness. There is no struggle to hold on, no need to push away. The mind finds rest in the rhythm of letting go, just as the steam does. The longer this continues, the quieter the mind becomes, until only peace remains. The cup rests steady in the hands, the heat still radiating through the porcelain. The steam rises more faintly now, thinner, softer, yet still present. Watching it feels like observing the closing of a day, a slow winding down that brings with it not loss, but completion. The body mirrors this, growing heavier, calmer, more anchored in the moment. The final wisps of vapor drift into the air, leaving behind only the warmth that has already filled the body completely. Even as the steam fades, the memory of its movement remains. The curls and spirals, the faint touches on the skin, the scent it carried, they stay in the senses, creating a calm that lasts beyond the vapor itself. The image is not gone. It has simply become part of the atmosphere, part of the stillness that surrounds you now. In this moment, the body feels both grounded and light. The warmth of the cup anchors, the steam uplifts, the air blends both into balance. Nothing more is needed. The rain outside continues its quiet rhythm. The oven hums softly. The shelves hold their golden loaves, and within your hands the cup still rests, filled with warmth and the memory of steam. This detail, so small and fleeting, has created a calm that spreads fully, preparing the body for deeper rest and guiding the mind gently toward the softness of sleep. Chapter 15. Imagine sitting near the window, watching rain fall steadily outside. There is a quiet strength in simply sitting still. And now the mind can imagine being near the window, watching the steady rain fall outside. The chair beneath you feels firm and grounding, the wooden surface warmed by the air of the bakery, while the world beyond the glass is softened by the veil of water. Droplets stream down in long lines, some racing, others slowing, each one taking its own path until it disappears along the sill. The rhythm of their descent creates a pattern that requires no effort to follow, a natural flow that lulls the body into calmness. Beyond the glass, the street shines under the rain, its stones slick with moisture, reflecting the glow of lamps that stretch down the narrow road. Each pool of light wavers faintly, disturbed by ripples forming in small puddles. The sound of the rain blends with the faint hum of the bakery behind you, steady yet soothing, a background of rhythm that keeps the space alive without disturbing the stillness. The outside is cool, gray, and damp, yet from where you sit, it feels distant and softened, a scene to observe rather than endure. The window carries the sound closer, each raindrop blending with a delicate tap that echoes just enough to be noticed. Sometimes the drops are large, hitting with weight and sliding downward in thick streams. Other times they are lighter, scattering like dust across the glass. Together they create a steady symphony, not loud, but continuous. A soundscape that gives shape to the silence. The ears rest in this rhythm, adjusting to its pace, finding comfort in its endless repetition. From this seat, the contrast between inside and outside feels complete. The room is warm, golden, and scented with bread, while the world beyond the window is cool, silver, and damp. The difference does not create separation, but harmony, as though one is meant to balance the other. The warmth of the chair, the softness of the air, and the fragrance of the bakery feel even more comforting because of the rain outside. And the rain itself feels less heavy, less lonely, because it is viewed from a place of safety and warmth. Watching the rain encourages the eyes to soften. There is no single detail to focus on, no demand to hold attention. The motion is endless yet gentle, shifting constantly as drops fall and streams merge, creating a moving picture that soothes rather than stimulates. The mind follows without effort, drifting with the water, releasing sharp thoughts in exchange for quiet observation. Every droplet that slides downward takes with it another layer of tension, leaving behind more space for stillness. The lamps outside glow softly, their light bending and stretching as water passes over the glass. Sometimes the glow is steady, sometimes it shimmers faintly, broken by the movement of raindrops. This shifting light adds depth to the view, a subtle play that holds the eyes without strain. The lamps do not fight the rain. They soften it, turning its gray into gold, blending cold with warmth, making the whole scene easier to rest within. The rooftops of the buildings glisten under the steady fall, edges darkened by moisture, surfaces shining faintly where light touches them. Water gathers at the gutters, spilling downward in thin streams. that join the rest of the rainfall. The movement is constant, but not hurried. An endless cycle that has no beginning and no end. Observing this steadiness reassures the mind, reminding it that rhythm can exist without rush, that continuity itself is a form of calm. Closer to the window, tiny beads of water cling before sliding down. Each one grows slowly as more droplets join it, then finally begins its journey downward, leaving behind a faint trail. The trails crisscross, merge and fade, creating new shapes every moment. These details hold the eyes gently, like a story told without words, each part unfolding naturally, without force. The act of watching becomes a meditation, each movement outside mirrored by relaxation inside. The rain also carries sound deeper into the space. Beyond the taps on glass, there is the soft hiss of countless drops striking the street. A steady blanket of noise that quiets all else. Footsteps are muted. Wheels of distant carts softened. Even voices beyond the bakery walls are drowned in the steady curtain of water. This muffling effect makes the world outside feel calmer, as though every sharp sound has been smoothed into a gentle hum. The body hears this hush and responds, loosening further, resting more fully. The longer you sit by the window, the more complete the calm becomes. The rain no longer feels like weather to be endured, but like a rhythm that holds the world steady. The view outside is no longer gray and wet, but softened, alive with quiet detail. The inside of the bakery is no longer just a room, but a sanctuary, warmed by contrast, enriched by stillness. Together, these elements create balance, and that balance invites the body to release the day completely. The air near the window carries a faint coolness, where the glass meets the rain, but the warmth of the bakery balances it perfectly. This mix of temperatures feels natural, neither extreme overwhelming the other. Breathing here feels smoother, the inhale bringing cool freshness, the exhale warmed by the body. The skin senses both at once, a gentle interplay of contrasts that creates ease. This sensation deepens the feeling of belonging, as though the body is exactly where it needs to be. As the rain continues, the mind notices its endlessness. There is no pause, no break, no silence between drops. This continuity becomes soothing, a reassurance that the rhythm will not stop suddenly, that it will continue long after attention drifts away. The predictability creates security, allowing thought to let go, knowing that the rain will carry on the rhythm without needing to be watched. The body accepts this, resting more fully with each passing moment. Occasionally, the glass fogs faintly from the warmth inside, softening the view further. The street outside becomes blurred, details fading into shadow and light, until only the general glow of lamps and the shimmer of rain remain. This blur adds to the calm, removing sharpness, reducing complexity, leaving only shapes and tones. The eyes rest in this gentleness, no longer searching for detail, content to hold the softened picture as it is. Time feels slower by the window. Minutes stretch longer, each one filled with the steady rhythm of rain. The outside world loses urgency, its usual motion replaced by the patient fall of water. The inside world mirrors this slowness, every breath, every heartbeat aligning with the pace outside. Together they create an environment where rest becomes not only possible, but inevitable. The sound of rain, the sight of droplets, the glow of lamps, the warmth of the bakery, all combine into a single whole. Each detail supports the others, weaving a scene that feels steady, abundant, and safe. The body no longer distinguishes between inside and outside, warm and cool, sound and silence. Everything merges into one continuous calm. Sitting here, near the window, watching rain fall steadily outside, the body finds stillness it did not know it needed. The mind releases thought without resistance. The breath deepens naturally, and the muscles surrender to ease. The chair feels like part of the body, the glass like part of the breath, the rain like part of the rhythm within. Nothing is separate, nothing is missing, everything is whole. The rain will continue, the bakery will remain warm, and the body will grow quieter still. Guided by the steady fall outside, the simple act of sitting near the window has become a pathway into deep rest. A place where the mind drifts gently, the senses soften, and sleep begins to arrive without effort. Chapter 16. Guide your attention to the slow rhythm of raindrops falling. There is a calm strength in noticing rhythm. And now your attention can be guided to the slow and steady fall of raindrops outside, each one landing with a softness that draws the mind into peace. The sound is never rushed, never demanding. It unfolds at its own natural pace, creating a flow that comforts the ears and steadies the body. Every drop finds its place, touching the glass, the roof, or the street below, blending into the ongoing chorus of water. The rhythm is unbroken, and yet it never feels mechanical. It has a life of its own, full of variation, full of subtle beauty, full of calm. Some drops fall quickly, striking with a fuller sound, then sliding away into small rivulets. Others take their time, light and soft, landing as though with the gentlest touch. These differences are what make the rhythm alive, preventing it from ever becoming sharp or tiring. The body responds to this variety by relaxing more deeply, because it senses that there is no pressure, only a pattern that continues whether or not it is watched. Awareness does not need to do anything. It only needs to rest and notice. The rain gathers on the window before slipping downward, forming long lines that stretch and bend. As more drops join, the lines widen, then split again, always moving, always changing. This slow flow adds to the rhythm, a visual counterpart to the sound. The eyes soften as they follow the water's journey, and in doing so, they mirror the mind's own release of tension. The act of watching becomes as soothing as the act of listening, both senses brought into harmony by the same rhythm. The roof outside adds its own tone, When drops strike the tiles, they produce a muffled drumming, soft and even. This sound is deeper than the light taps on the glass, grounding the rhythm with a steady undertone. Together, the high notes of drops against the window and the lower notes from the roof create a balance, a natural harmony that surrounds the space. The ears do not separate them, they blend into one complete experience, carrying the body deeper into stillness. On the street below, the rain creates ripples and puddles. Each drop sends small circles outward, expanding until they meet others and merge into smooth patterns. These ripples mirror the sound, gentle, unhurried, overlapping but never colliding. The eyes can rest in these shapes, watching how they expand and fade, how they are born from each drop and then dissolve without resistance. The mind too learns from this rhythm, seeing that it is possible to release thoughts as easily as ripples fade back into water. The longer attention rests on the rain, the more it becomes clear that the rhythm is not only sound, but feeling. The body begins to align with it, the breath slowing until it matches the pace of the drops. Inhaling feels like waiting for the next sound, exhaling like releasing into the silence that follows. The chest rises and falls in perfect time with nature's rhythm, and this synchrony deepens the sense of belonging. The body is no longer separate from the rain. It is part of the same gentle cycle. The bakery around you supports this calm. Its silence allows the rain's rhythm to stand out, and its warmth provides balance to the coolness outside. The shelves, the counter, the loaves, all hold stillness that matches the pace of the raindrops. The air carries the faint fragrance of bread, mixing with the rhythm to create an atmosphere that soothes every sense. The rain outside and the warmth inside do not compete. They weave together into one whole, both guiding the body toward the same peace. The rain's rhythm shifts gently, sometimes slowing, sometimes growing fuller, yet always steady. This variability adds richness without breaking calm. The mind adjusts easily, following along without resistance, learning to accept change as part of the pattern. The predictability lies not in sameness but in continuation. The knowledge that the rain will keep falling, in one form or another, without end. This reliability reassures the body, allowing it to release its hold on time, to stop counting, to simply rest in the endless rhythm. The eyes close now, and the rhythm grows even clearer. Without sight, the ears sharpen. Noticing the layers of sound more distinctly, there is the soft patter of drops on glass, the deeper thud on rooftops, the flowing trickle of water along gutters, and the constant hush of countless drops striking the ground. Each layer adds depth, creating a soundscape that is full but never overwhelming. It is like being held within a blanket of sound, one that wraps the body in protection and calm. Breathing continues to align with this rhythm, and the body feels heavier, sinking further into rest. Shoulders soften, arms loosen, legs grow still, and the head feels supported by the air itself. The rhythm of the rain carries the body downward, not in force but in invitation, asking nothing except that it allow itself to let go. The mind follows, thoughts growing quieter, slower, dissolving like drops, merging into puddles. Nothing is forced. Everything happens naturally, guided by the steady fall of rain. The rhythm does more than soothe. It creates connection. It connects the body to the world outside, reminding it that nature continues with patience and constancy. It connects the moment to memory, recalling other times when rain brought stillness, when sound softened thought, when calm was found without effort. It connects breath to sound, body to mind, inside to outside, all into one. This connection is not abstract. It is felt directly, deeply, as part of being here now. Time stretches in this rhythm. Each moment feels longer, wider, more spacious. The usual sharpness of time, seconds, minutes, hours, fades away, replaced by cycles of drops falling. This shift allows rest to deepen, because nothing is measured, nothing is hurried. The rain creates a new measure of time, one that is endless and soft, one that holds no urgency. The body understands this instinctively, sinking into the slow rhythm without thought. The rain continues without pause, its rhythm now as natural to the body as the beat of its own heart. The two rhythms merge, one internal, one external, until they are indistinguishable. Breath, heartbeat, and rain become one steady pattern, surrounding and filling every part of awareness. The self no longer feels separate from the scene but part of it. Part of the bakery, part of the rain, part of the calm that has always been here. Even as attention drifts, the rhythm remains. It does not need to be held or controlled. It continues whether or not it is noticed. This knowledge allows the mind to release fully, knowing that calm will not end when focus fades. The rain carries the rhythm, the shop holds the silence, and together they will remain. This assurance becomes the final gift of the moment. The certainty that rest is safe, that peace is steady, that sleep can arrive naturally. And so the attention rests, guided by the slow rhythm of raindrops falling. Each drop is part of a larger pattern, each sound part of a larger silence. The body is calm, the mind is quiet, and the rhythm continues, carrying everything into deeper stillness. Chapter 17. Notice how your body feels safe, quiet, and fully at ease. There is a rare and powerful calm that comes when the body recognizes it is safe. And in this moment, you can notice how deeply your whole being feels quiet, protected, and fully at ease. The chair beneath you supports every part of your weight without strain. The warmth of the bakery settles around your skin like a gentle layer of comfort, and the steady rhythm of rain outside confirms that the world beyond is softened and hushed. Nothing in this space asks you to move. Nothing urges you to act. And nothing disturbs the stillness that surrounds you. The body understands this silence immediately, responding with a release that needs no thought, no effort, only the simple noticing of peace. The breath is slower now, moving in and out with the natural rhythm of rest. Each inhale feels smooth, carrying warmth into the lungs, and each exhale flows out easily, as though the air itself is lighter. There is no resistance in this pattern. No need to push or pull. The breath simply continues, steady and calm, and the body trusts it completely. This trust creates safety, a deep awareness that nothing is required in this moment except being. Muscles soften one by one, not through force, but through the absence of demand. The shoulders drop lower, their weight releasing into the chair. The arms rest without tension, hands neither clenching nor searching. Simply present and still. The spine holds itself with ease, no longer rigid, no longer pressed. Even the smallest muscles of the face relax, the jaw loose, the eyelids heavy, the brow smooth. This is the language of the body when it knows it can rest, when it feels safe enough to surrender. The warmth in the room supports this surrender. It comes not only from the oven, but from the air itself, which carries a softness that soothes the skin. The temperature is steady, balanced between warm and cool, creating a sensation that allows the body to rest without adjustment. The heat does not overwhelm. The coolness does not intrude. Everything feels aligned, every sensation in harmony with the body's need for comfort. The steady sounds reinforce this feeling of ease. The rain continues outside, never rushing, never breaking its rhythm, offering a backdrop that assures continuity. The hum of the bakery adds another layer, low and constant, like a heartbeat within the walls. These sounds remind the senses that everything is stable, that nothing sudden will disturb the stillness. The body absorbs this reassurance, its inner rhythm matching the outer world. Breath and rain moving together, heartbeat and silence blending into calm. Awareness spreads gently across the body. The head feels supported, no longer heavy. The neck carries no strain, held easily in place. The chest rises and falls in steady cycles, and the stomach feels quiet, free of tension. Legs grow heavy and grounded, feet secure against the floor. Every part of the body communicates the same message. Safety is here. Quiet is here. Ease is here. The noticing itself deepens the calm, because what is recognized grows stronger in awareness. The mind responds to this safety by releasing its grip on thought. Patterns of worry, memory, and planning no longer press for attention. They fade into the background, like voices carried away by distance, leaving only space for rest. In this absence, the mind does not feel empty, but open. It is like a room with the windows wide, filled only with fresh air and soft light. This openness is not fragile. It is steady, supported by the body's recognition of peace. Even the heart reflects this calm. The beats are slower, each one carrying blood smoothly through the body without strain. There is no rush, no urgency, only a steady rhythm that supports the sense of quiet. The body's systems align with this stillness, each working with ease, none demanding effort. It is as though every part of you has agreed on the same truth. This is a moment of rest, and nothing needs to disturb it. Noticing safety does more than relax the body. It awakens a deep sense of belonging. You are not separate from this calm space, but part of it. The warmth of the bakery, the rhythm of the rain, the glow of the lamps, the scent of bread, all are holding you, surrounding you, supporting you. This belonging is subtle, but powerful. It says you do not need to try to fit in. You do not need to strive. You already are where you are meant to be. The body responds by settling deeper. The mind by quieting more fully. The skin itself senses the safety. There is no prickling from cold, no irritation from heat, no sudden drafts. Instead, there is only steadiness. A continuous layer of comfort across every surface. The nerves, often sharp in their alerts, now rest silently, carrying no signals of alarm. This absence of disturbance allows the body to turn inward, focusing not on defense, but on ease. The silence of the nerves is its own form of peace, one that is felt more than thought. The eyes, even when closed, contribute to this calm. Behind the lids, there is no strain, no flashing of images demanding attention, only soft darkness. This darkness is not empty, but soothing, like the sky hidden behind clouds, vast and quiet. The eyes rest fully, their stillness deepening the sense that there is nothing to see, nothing to anticipate, only the safety of now. Each breath continues to build this ease, carrying warmth deeper into the lungs, then releasing tension with every exhale. The body listens to this rhythm and trusts it. With every inhale comes reassurance. With every exhale comes release. This cycle becomes a message repeated endlessly. You are safe. You are quiet. You are at ease. The repetition strengthens the truth, embedding it not only in the mind, but in the body itself. Over time, this noticing becomes more than observation. It becomes experience. You do not simply see that the body is at ease. You feel it with every cell. The calm is not outside of you, but inside, woven into your muscles, your breath, your heartbeat, your skin. The body has entered a state where rest is not something to achieve, but something that is already present, waiting only to be recognized. The bakery around you continues its calm support. Shelves hold their loaves in silence. The oven glows faintly with warmth. The lamps shine steadily, and the rain outside continues its rhythm. None of these elements intrude, yet all of them contribute to the sense of safety. They form a quiet circle around you, a space where nothing harmful can enter, where every detail affirms the same message. Here you are protected. The body sinks more fully into this recognition. It is as though gravity has become more supportive, carrying you downward not with heaviness, but with steadiness. You are grounded, anchored, connected. There is no floating away, no need to hold on. The ground itself holds you. The chair itself supports you. The space itself protects you. This awareness deepens the trust, and the trust deepens the rest. Eventually, the noticing becomes so complete that it no longer requires effort. You are not telling yourself that you are safe. You are living it. The body knows. The mind knows. And together, they move into harmony. This harmony is the doorway to deeper rest, to sleep that arrives naturally, without pressure, without resistance. It is the natural result of safety, fully recognized, quiet, fully embraced, ease fully allowed. And so, in this moment, the body feels safe, the mind feels quiet, and all of you is fully at ease. Nothing interrupts, nothing threatens, nothing asks for change. The rhythm of rain, the warmth of the room, the silence of the shop, and the strength of the body all combine to hold you in perfect calm. You are protected. You are steady. And you are ready to drift into the softest layers of rest, carried effortlessly by the simple truth that you are safe here, and you can let go completely. Chapter 18. Allow the bakery's gentle warmth to wrap you in comfort. There is something deeply reassuring about being surrounded by warmth. And now you can allow the bakery's gentle heat to wrap around you, holding every part of your body in steady comfort. The air inside carries a softness that feels alive, shaped by the glow of the oven, the light of the lamps, and the calm of the wooden walls. The moment you notice it, the body begins to surrender, muscles loosening, shoulders dropping, and breath slowing into a rhythm that matches the stillness of the room. This is not a heat that presses or overwhelms. It is the kind that unfolds, the kind that settles into every layer of your being until you feel secure, anchored, and completely at ease. The warmth begins at the surface, brushing across the skin like a quiet embrace. It touches the hands, the arms, and the face with a steady glow, encouraging the body to soften. From there it moves inward, reaching the chest, filling the lungs, spreading to the stomach and legs, until the entire body feels balanced and whole. There are no edges in this sensation, just a seamless presence of comfort that holds you from all directions. The air itself seems to carry the promise that nothing will disturb this safety. Nothing will intrude on this rest. The wooden shelves absorb and release part of this warmth, their surfaces radiating a faint heat that lingers in the air. The loaves and pastries resting on them contribute as well, still carrying the memory of the oven, releasing gentle streams of fragrance and warmth that blend together. The counter beneath the baker's hands feels alive with this energy, smooth and steady, grounding the entire room in a consistent glow. Every object in the space seems touched by it, as if the bakery itself were breathing calm into the air. Sitting within this environment, the difference between inside and outside becomes clear. Beyond the walls, the rain falls with cool persistence, soft and gray. Inside, the warmth stands in quiet contrast, a golden presence that shields and protects. This contrast deepens the appreciation of both. For the coolness makes the heat more soothing, and the heat makes the coolness more distant. Together they create balance, a harmony of sensations that reassures the body on every level. Breathing becomes part of the warmth. Each inhale draws it deeper into the lungs, spreading it through the chest, while each exhale releases tension that no longer has a place. The warmth follows the breath, moving in cycles, filling and releasing, flowing in and out, without interruption. With every cycle, the body grows lighter, freer from the weight it once carried. The mind recognizes this rhythm and eases into it, no longer grasping at thought, no longer clinging to urgency, simply moving with the steady pulse of warmth. The heat from the oven does not stay in one place. It drifts and spreads, rising upward, curling into corners, and filling the entire room. Even the shadows seem softer under its influence, their edges blurred, their depths less severe. The lamps overhead glow more kindly in the warm air, their light diffused into golden tones that add to the comfort. Nothing here is harsh or sharp. Everything has been softened by the presence of warmth, and this softness invites you to rest without hesitation. The body feels this invitation in every joint, every muscle, every nerve. The spine releases tension. The legs feel heavy in a grounding way, and the arms rest without effort. The head is supported as if the air itself were carrying its weight. There is no need to adjust, no need to shift. The body finds its natural position and stays there easily, as though the warmth has guided it into the perfect state of balance. The warmth also brings with it a sense of familiarity, reminding the mind of times when care and shelter were given without request. It is the same kind of comfort felt in front of a fire, under a blanket, or in a place where food and rest were assured. These memories rise not as sharp images, but as gentle impressions, reinforcing the feeling that you are looked after, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. The body hears this reminder and trusts it, settling even more deeply into stillness. The silence of the bakery is enriched by this heat. Small sounds, the faint crackle of cooling bread, the distant hum of the oven, the rain tapping on glass, are all softened, absorbed by the warm air, until they feel like part of the same song. There are no interruptions, only continuations, each detail adding to the calm. The body rests within this soundscape, as naturally as it rests within the warmth, the two working together to hold you in complete ease. Time itself feels slower here. The warmth removes any sense of urgency, stretching each moment until it feels spacious and generous. The minutes do not pass quickly or slowly. They simply exist, each one whole, each one filled with comfort. The body is no longer measuring, no longer counting. It is only being, suspended in the softness of the air. This suspension feels like freedom, the freedom to stop doing and to simply rest. The deeper the warmth settles, the more complete the ease becomes. It reaches places often forgotten, The space between the shoulder blades, the bend of the knees, the curve of the lower back. Each area loosens under its touch, releasing strain that may have lingered quietly. The release is not sudden, it is gradual, unfolding like bread rising, like steam fading into air. The body thanks the warmth not with words but with surrender, allowing itself to let go more fully. The warmth of the bakery is not only physical, it is emotional too. It carries the presence of care. The baker arranging loaves, offering tea, keeping the oven lit. These small gestures linger in the air, becoming part of the comfort itself. This is not just heat from an oven, but warmth from a space created with intention, with attention, with quiet kindness. Feeling this, the body responds as it always does when kindness is near. It softens, it trusts, it rests. Breathing again. The air feels almost textured with comfort. The inhale carries weight, not in heaviness but in depth, filling the body with warmth that spreads into every corner. The exhale releases everything that no longer belongs. Strain, thought, and the need to hold on. With every cycle, the body becomes clearer, emptier, more open to rest. The warmth does not fade. It remains steady as breath, steady as rain, steady as silence. Gradually, this warmth becomes so complete that it is no longer something noticed, it simply is. The body does not have to think about it, the mind does not have to hold it. It has become the natural state of the room, the natural state of the body, the natural state of this moment. This transformation makes rest effortless because nothing is missing, nothing is needed. The bakery stands as a cocoon of calm, and its warmth is the thread that weaves everything together. The shelves hold it, the loaves release it, the air carries it, and the body receives it. In this unity, there is no separation between you and the space. You are part of the warmth, part of the stillness, part of the comfort itself. And as this recognition deepens, the body prepares for what comes naturally after safety, after warmth, after ease. Sleep begins to arrive gently, not as something forced, but as something invited by the air itself. The warmth wraps you fully, holds you completely, and guides you toward the deepest rest, where the body can renew and the mind can grow quiet. In this space, in this warmth, everything is complete. Chapter 19. Invite your mind to drift. As the rain grows softer outside, there is something profoundly calming about the way rain begins to soften. And this is the perfect moment to allow your mind to drift as the sound outside gently fades into a lighter rhythm. At first, the drops may have fallen firmly, steady and clear, but now they come more delicately, as if the world itself is beginning to rest. Each tap on the window is softer than before, each ripple in the street more subtle, and together they create an atmosphere that encourages the mind to release its hold on wakefulness. In this gentler sound, there is space, there is stillness, and there is an invitation to drift. Your mind does not need to hold on to any shape or thought. Just as the rain releases from the clouds and falls without hesitation, your awareness can let go of patterns, worries and details that once filled your day. Thoughts do not need to be silenced. They can be allowed to float like drops, forming for a moment, then dissolving into the wider calm. This natural drifting happens without force, just as the rain itself lessens without effort, fading into a rhythm that feels more like a whisper than a song. The bakery around you remains warm, steady, and unchanged. But the softer rain changes the quality of the space. The muted patter on the roof and the faint trickle along the windowsill sound more like background breath than weather, blending seamlessly into the stillness of the shop. This blending creates an almost seamless quiet, where sound and silence merge, making the edges of awareness blur. As the world outside slows, the mind follows, growing lighter, less structured, more willing to float. The softer rain also changes the view through the window. Droplets no longer stream quickly. They form smaller trails that meander down the glass. Slower, more delicate, puddles outside ripple less. The street shines more steadily, and the lamp's reflections remain longer before breaking. The visual calm mirrors the auditory calm, reinforcing the invitation to drift. The eyes no longer search. They simply take in the softened scene, which becomes less a picture and more a feeling. As the rain softens, the body senses the change. It no longer responds to sharp taps or strong rhythms, but instead aligns with the gentler pace. Breathing matches the slower fall, inhaling with the faint patter, exhaling into the growing silence. Each cycle deepens relaxation, carrying awareness further inward, loosening the ties that keep thought anchored. The body feels heavier, not in burden but in surrender, supported fully by the chair, the air, and the warmth around it. Your mind now begins to drift. In the same way, clouds drift after a storm, loose, open, and unhurried. Ideas and impressions pass without needing to be examined, like passing scenery viewed through a window. They appear, they move on, and they leave no trace. The drifting is not about escape. It is about release, about giving space for the mind to move freely, without expectation. The rain outside, softer now, provides the perfect rhythm for this process. A steady background that asks for nothing but gentle presence. The sound of drops becomes less distinct, almost merging into a continuous hush. It is no longer individual notes, but a single layer of sound that folds into silence. This merging has the effect of erasing boundaries between drop and air, between sound and quiet, between thought and emptiness. The mind responds naturally, its own boundaries blurring, its own edges dissolving into a state that feels vast and open. This openness is not empty. It is full of ease, full of space, full of calm. Every detail in the room reinforces this drifting. The loaves on the shelves rest quietly, no longer releasing steam, their fragrance lingering only as a background presence. The oven, once more active, hums faintly, a softer warmth now, less insistent, more subtle. Even the air feels calmer, as if it too has slowed with the rain. All of this works together to tell the mind that it is safe to drift, safe to wander inward, safe to let go of clarity and step into softness. Drifting does not mean leaving. It means floating in what already surrounds you. The rain shows this truth perfectly. It does not vanish when it softens. It continues, just in a gentler form, in the same way your awareness continues. But without the weight of direction, without the burden of thought, it becomes more fluid, more accepting, more open to the natural flow of rest. The mind may wander to images without intention. A lamp's glow on the wet street, the curve of steam rising earlier from tea, the faint touch of warmth against your skin. These impressions come and go, appearing for a moment and then blending back into the calm. Each one contributes to the feeling of drifting. Because they are not anchored. They do not hold you. They simply pass through, leaving you lighter. The body feels this drifting as well. Limbs grow softer, heavier, as though they belong more to the chair than to movement. The chest feels quiet, rising and falling without effort, as though it is being moved by the rhythm of the rain rather than by will. Even the mind's sense of self begins to soften, no longer sharp, no longer held tightly, but diffused, like the glow of lamps across wet stone. As the rain quiets further, its sound merges almost fully into silence. Only a faint trace remains, a suggestion of rhythm more than rhythm itself. And in this near silence, the mind drifts deeper, moving away from words, away from images, into a space where presence feels like floating. There is no need to guide it. The drift is natural, as inevitable as the fading of rain after a long fall. This state of drifting carries with it profound comfort. It is not only the absence of tension, but the presence of ease, of gentleness, of assurance. The rain may fade, but the calm it has created remains, woven into every breath, every sensation, every corner of awareness. It is in this weaving that sleep begins to arrive, not as a demand, not as an instruction, but as a natural continuation of drifting. Even as awareness loosens, the body knows it is safe. The bakery is warm. The air is steady. The world outside is softened by the rain. Nothing needs attention. Nothing calls for action. Everything is complete as it is. This completeness allows drifting to deepen into true rest. A rest that carries you further inward, where silence becomes the only rhythm and calm the only presence. And so the rain continues its soft fall, each drop lighter, quieter, less distinct. Your mind follows, drifting in the same way, loosening from form, moving gently into stillness. The process requires nothing, demands nothing. It unfolds naturally, supported by the softness of rain, the warmth of the room, and the trust of the body. In this state, the drift becomes rest, and rest becomes sleep, deep and unbroken, as natural as the fading of rain outside. Chapter 20. End by letting yourself rest deeply. calm and ready for sleep. There is a quiet strength in knowing the day is complete. And now it is time to end by letting yourself rest deeply. Calm and ready for sleep, the body has already surrendered to stillness. The mind has already drifted into openness. And the room around you holds the perfect balance of safety and warmth. Nothing more is required. Everything is prepared for rest. The bakery has fallen into silence. The rain outside has softened into a faint hush. And the air has settled into a steady comfort that tells you this moment is only for sleep. The chair beneath you feels firm and grounding, yet it no longer carries weight as sharply as before. The body has grown heavier in the best way, fully supported, fully anchored, yet without any tension. Each part of you rests exactly where it should. Hands loose, shoulders low, legs quiet, breath slow. The body has no need to move. It has already found its natural position, one that aligns perfectly with rest. Breathing confirms this readiness. Each inhale is smooth, filling the lungs with quiet air. And each exhale is longer, softer, carrying away anything that does not belong to sleep. There is no struggle in this rhythm. No need to guide it. The breath knows what to do, and it does so without effort, preparing the body for the depth of rest ahead. With each cycle, the mind grows lighter, the body heavier, the heart steadier. The air of the bakery continues to wrap around you, warm and constant. Its fragrance of baked bread has softened, becoming more subtle, more like a background presence than a detail to notice. The heat has balanced into stillness, not rising or falling, but holding steady, as though it has reached the exact temperature for peace. This consistency makes the body trust more deeply, knowing that nothing will change suddenly, nothing will disturb the night. The world outside has grown quiet too. The rain, once steady and strong, has eased into a lighter fall, its rhythm slower, its sound fainter. What remains is like a whisper, a soft murmur that blends with the silence. The street, once alive with ripples and streams, now rests under the glow of lamps, still shining but calmer, more subdued. This gentleness outside mirrors the gentleness inside, confirming that the time for activity has passed and the time for rest has arrived. In this space, thoughts no longer demand attention. They may arise, small and fleeting, but they fade just as quickly, unable to take root in the calm that has been built. The mind does not resist them, nor does it chase them. It simply allows them to pass, leaving behind only openness. This openness is the perfect ground for sleep, wide and unburdened, ready to carry you deeper. The heart, too, reflects this stillness. Its beat is steady, slow, and strong, carrying life through the body without rush. Each pulse feels like reassurance, a reminder that everything is working quietly, effortlessly. While you rest, the body no longer needs to remain alert. no longer needs to hold on. It can release fully, trusting that each beat will carry it into deeper calm. Every detail in the bakery now feels softened, as if the entire space has fallen into the same state as you. The shelves no longer call attention. The loaves sit quietly. The counter rests. The lamps glow steadily, without flicker. The oven hums faintly. But even that sound has become part of the background, more like silence than activity. The room itself has entered rest, and by being within it, you are invited to do the same. The body responds to this invitation by sinking deeper. Muscles no longer hold tension. They are heavy, loose, surrendered. The head rests as though it could not lift. Not because of strain, but because it is perfectly supported. The chest rises only enough for breath. The arms lie where they fall. The legs anchor into stillness. This heaviness is not burden but relief. A complete surrender to the safety of rest. The mind follows with equal surrender. It no longer needs to watch, no longer needs to think, no longer needs to name. Awareness drifts at the edges, faint and soft, unable to hold any shape. This drifting is not emptiness but fullness of rest. The mind's way of preparing for dreams, for sleep, for renewal. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to hold, only the readiness to let go completely. The sound of rain becomes the final guide. Its faint patter carries you downward, like a gentle rhythm that leads the body into deeper layers. Each drop marks another step towards sleep, another moment of surrender. The rhythm is endless, patient, steady, and your body aligns with it naturally. Together, the rain and your breath weave a lullaby without words, one that only the body can hear, one that leads only to sleep. In this moment, the separation between body and room begins to fade. You are not simply inside the bakery. You are part of it. The warmth is your warmth. The silence, your silence. The safety, your safety. Nothing stands apart. Nothing feels distant. This union deepens the sense of belonging, removing any last trace of vigilance. You are held completely, and in being held, you are free to fall into sleep. The body is now ready. The mind is now ready. The environment is ready. Everything aligns for the same purpose. Deep, uninterrupted rest. Sleep does not need to be chased. It is already here, waiting only for the final release. That release comes naturally, the moment awareness no longer tries to hold itself awake. The moment it agrees to let go into the same softness that has been building with every breath, every sound, every detail of the night. Even the passage of time has softened. Minutes stretch wide, indistinguishable from one another. There is no counting, no measuring, no waiting. There is only the present, endless and full, carrying you gently forward. Sleep belongs to this timelessness. And as you enter it, the boundaries between night and day, sound and silence, warmth and body, dissolve completely. And now the body rests deeply, calm and quiet, ready for the most natural of endings. Every sense has slowed. Every muscle has surrendered. Every thought has faded. Nothing is left but the ease of sleep, steady and whole. In this state, you are safe. You are complete. And you are free to rest as long as you need. Carried by the warmth of the bakery, the hush of the rain, and the silence of the night. The journey is over, and what remains is peace.